Check 1, 2.
Just to give everyone a quick update, the Prime Minister will be delivering opening remarks this morning, and he would be with us in the room in just a few minutes. As soon as the Prime Minister arrives, we will start today's sessions. Thank you very much. Just a further update while we wait for Prime Minister, to remind everyone that the duty-free zone over at the Benab remains open, and we encourage you one more time to go over. Remember, you could make your purchases there of duty-free items. Just like a duty-free store in the airport, you need to carry your passport. And we also would like you to encourage our artisans and artists who have their crafts and works of art available for you to see and available for purchase. We would really appreciate if you could give them support. Thank you very much. Also, while we wait, it's a good time for me to remind you that you could pencil into your calendar our conference next year. Next year we start on the 14th, February 14th to 17th. 14th. Yeah, I'm not numerate, so I have to count this off of my fingers. February 14, 15, 16, 17, 4 days. 14th to 17th of February 2023 for the second edition of this conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister, Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips. You may have your seats, please. Thank you very much. And once again, a very good morning to each and every one of you. And we are really delighted to be here on day 3. We're extremely delighted with those of you who have stayed with us all 3 days of this conference and who have participated. Some of you, I know, if this were a different kind of conference, would really get your prizes for perfect attendance. Many of the diplomatic corps would get them. Her Excellency Ambassador Sarah Ann Lynch would certainly make it to the top of that class, along with your colleagues there from the EU and India. So it's great to have all of you. And those other delegates and participants who are still here. I suspect that one of the challenges we faced today was that many of our delegates had a great time last night at the PAM court. I came by, and when I looked inside and see what a great time people were having, I thought it best that I go home. So I could be here to do duty this morning. We thank you for a lot of the feedback we've been receiving about the conference, and we're really encouraged by the things we've heard. And we have been able to announce, as of yesterday, the dates for the second edition of this conference, the 2023 edition, which is going to be February 14th to 17th, 2023. So we look forward to seeing all of you again with us next year. Those of you who have traveled from around the corner, we know we'll see you. Those of you who have traveled from around the world, we're hoping that we would see you again in our next edition. Today, on day 3, we are privileged to have opening our discussions the Honorable Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, who is Prime Minister of Guyana, and who brings another perspective to the problems we've been discussing, the challenges we've been examining, and the opportunities we're looking to seize. Brigadier Mark Phillips has a unique view of Guyana because of the position he's held prior to being Prime Minister, and that unique perspective is one that helps us fill in the overall view of where we are and where we have to go and what are those things we need to preserve. So it's our great delight to welcome you this morning to speak, Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Please help me welcome Brigadier Mark Phillips.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Please be seated. Ministers of Government, Mr. Anthony White, Chairman of 2022 International Energy Conference and Expo, Mr. John Morton, United Kingdom COP26 Envoy, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Guyana Energy Agency, speakers of Agenda Day 3, members of the Diplomatic Corps, special invitees, conference participants, members of the media, all protocols observed. I wish to state upfront that my military background gives me a unique view of Guyana that is not militaristic. It is still a democratic view of Guyana. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you to day 3 of the 2022 International Energy Conference and Expo. Over the last 2 days, we've heard remarks from heads of government, government ministers, key public and private sector stakeholders, members of the diplomatic corps, industry experts, and academics. In light of this, I wish to take this opportunity to underscore the need for continuous dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing as we discuss goals and plans to decarbonize the energy sector. Today's event will no doubt complement the series of presentations that have been delivered and the ongoing discussions around charting a sustainable energy future. Today's presentations will focus on clean energy transition, both in a national and regional context, and will provide useful information on critical programs, plans, and projects that contribute to this transition. With more than 760 million people in the world experiencing a lack of access to electricity, clean energy solutions present a promising prospect for providing improved services to vulnerable groups in our societies and increased opportunities for enhanced lives and livelihoods. In an aim to deliver on the Paris Agreement on climate change and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, countries across the globe have expressed plans and goals for achieving sustainability. Energy transition is among many of these plans. It signals a global shift from fossil-based to zero carbon energy resources to reduce carbon dioxide emissions to acceptable levels and limit climate change. Today, the world's energy sector is still significantly influenced by fossil fuels. Globally, some 73% of human-generated greenhouse gas emissions result from the burning of fossil fuels for electricity, transportation, and heating. Governments must now work overtime to find real solutions by 2030. Even as we aim towards these goals amid the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, we must acknowledge that this global complication has certainly exposed the weaknesses within every sector, and energy is no exception. Now, more than ever, the achievement of affordable and clean energy, Sustainable Development Goal number 7, will significantly improve these conditions, particularly for the millions of people who are currently considered to be energy poor. But embarking on solutions like energy transition requires strategic and systemic changes at the national, regional, and international level. The changes involved will undoubtedly affect not only our people, but our sectors and regions. In October 2021, the President of the Caribbean Development Bank, Dr. Jean Leon, recognizing the importance of regional energy transition, cited such a transformation as one of the most important transgenerational obligations. Currently, The Caribbean is one of the most energy import-dependent regions of the world. At the same time, the price for electricity in the region also ranks among the highest in the world. These costs can considerably affect the region's economic and social development, particularly among vulnerable populations. The Caribbean Development Bank has also outlined 5 priorities for the way forward on achieving true energy transition for the Caribbean. First, improving energy efficiency. Secondly, diversifying energy sources. Thirdly, incentivizing the private sector. Fourthly, investing in strategic partnerships. And fifthly, using innovative, flexible, and affordable financing instruments. What is clear is that solutions for transitioning to a climate-neutral economy must reflect both the differences and similarities within countries, while delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. Regions must develop solutions among all stakeholders to effectively anticipate and manage this transition and its effects on our societies. Clean energy and energy efficiency continue to play an essential part in Guyana's energy transformation. The government of Guyana remains committed to providing affordable, stable, and reliable energy to benefit all, while reducing the country's dependence on imported fossil fuels for electricity generation. We have designed a dynamic path for our country's future. A future where sustainable energy like solar PV and hydropower are harnessed to serve energy needs in innovative ways. It is also a future where people are placed at the center of clean energy transitions and the concerns of individuals, businesses, and communities are adequately addressed. Our government is currently embarking on its commitment to achieving a low-carbon economy and advancing the transition away from conventional energy sources. Guyana's Low-Carbon Development Strategy 2030 is geared towards a massive expansion of renewable and clean energy across the country. Our government will pursue a strategy of developing low-carbon energy resources like solar, hydro, wind, natural gas, and biomass to meet the rapidly rising energy demand while keeping greenhouse gas emissions low. Under the strategy, we will advance an energy mix that will lead to more than 500 megawatts of newly installed capacity over the next 5 years. Among the projects to be implemented as part of our energy transition is the highly anticipated gas-to-energy project. This project will provide some 300 megawatts of power to the national grid and is expected to result in substantial cost savings for power generation while reducing electricity costs to consumers by at least 50%. In parallel, the implementation of the 165 megawatts Amila Falls hydropower project will be advanced to further enhance our nation's energy security. Generally, the energy transition in Guyana is expected to undergo 3 stages. Stage 1, during the period 2022 to 2027. A combination of natural gas and the realization of the Amelia Falls hydro plant, coupled with a significant expansion of solar power with batteries on the rural networks. Stage 2, from 2027 to 2030, the continued replacement of heavy fuel oil, expansion of wind and solar, and the possible commissioning of Guyana's second hydropower project. And stage 3, from 2032 onwards. Future expansion will be determined by prevailing market conditions, but it is likely that battery and hydrogen technology will be sufficiently advanced to enable solar and wind to provide new capacity increases while contributing to the possible further reduction in electricity costs. With adequate and timely technical and financial support, we will develop our indigenous energy resources while addressing energy security concerns, advancing climate change mitigation efforts, and promoting sustainable energy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, projects are on the way to improve people-centered energy access through investments in solar PV systems for off-grid areas and the development of microgrids for large hinterland areas, leading to the expansion of our hinterland electrification program. Guyana remains a country where 90% of the people live on 10% of the land, basically along the coastline, and the remainder of the people are sparsely settled throughout the remaining 90% of the country in the hinterland and interior regions. So specifically, the projects will entail the installation of 13 utility-scale solar PV farms, 30,000 solar home systems for hinterland and riverine communities, 20 solar PV mini-grids for public buildings in the hinterland, over 180 solar PV standalone systems for the government ICT hubs, and the installation of a 3-megawatt grid-connected solar PV system at the Chedijagan International Airport. These solar PV installations will result in approximately 46.4 megawatts of installed solar PV capacity and are expected to be commissioned within the next 2 years. Guyana is also promoting the construction of small, mini, and micro hydropower systems, and a total of 2.35 megawatts of hydropower capacity will be added to serve hinterland communities by 2024. Our government's hinterland electrification program aims to electrify some 200 unserved and underserved communities by 2026, using the most technical and economically feasible solutions that will include the enhancement of the productive usages of energy. The issue of energy access is a cross-cutting one, and providing sustainable energy for everyone has far-reaching economic, environmental, and social benefits. Consequently, in addition to serving domestic needs, it is important to link rural electrification efforts to productive activities such as ICT, connectivity, commerce, and agro-processing to allow for greater community involvement, retention of skills in the communities, and long-term sustainability. Our government is also pursuing low-carbon transportation infrastructure to reduce the demand for imported fossil fuels for vehicular transport. To accomplish this, we intend to foster the development of an electric vehicle industry to substitute fossil fuels with electricity while enhancing the ability of the electric grid to integrate high levels of intermittent renewable energy. To this end, the installation of fast charging stations for electric vehicles will be piloted during 2022 in regions 3, 4, and 6. This would be supplemented with future initiatives to increase efficiency levels of vehicle consumption of fuel. Energy efficiency, the other pillar of sustainable energy, is equally important given that minor behavioral changes can lead to improved efficiency, less wastage, and a significant reduction in energy consumption. Increased efficiency can reduce the need for investments in energy infrastructure, lead to savings in energy bills, reductions in the country's oil import bill, increase competitiveness, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. In 2022, the distribution and installation of 22,000 LED bulbs and 12,000 LED tubes to homes, businesses, and government buildings will be undertaken. This initiative will help to reduce the carbon footprint of homes, businesses, and government buildings and trigger behavioral changes. Information and communication technology and digital transformation will be needed to support the clean energy transition and thus introduce new and emerging sectors. Therefore, we need to develop our human resources and the local capacity to drive this clean energy transition. Capacity building, training, and public awareness have to be incorporated so that our citizens can actively participate in opportunities for job creation and the development of small and medium-sized enterprises. Also, educational institutions will have to be upgraded to cater to new demands as more citizens pursue additional certifications. Moreover, women, youth, and vulnerable groups will be encouraged to actively participate in these opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the outcome of COP26 indicates that the 1.5 degrees Celsius path is within reach, but the achievement will depend on the extent to which the pledges are held. Developed and developing countries cannot afford to work in solitude to address their energy challenges and scale up measures. We need to work together to conquer the complexities and uncertainties in climate financing, technical capacities, policies, and regulatory frameworks to drive the energy transition. The government of Guyana remains committed towards achieving a low-carbon economy and advancing the transition to clean energy development will remain at the forefront of our national priority. As the cost curve for technologies like wind, solar, and energy storage continues to decline and countries transition to a low-carbon future, both public and private investments in transforming the energy mix and energy efficiency technologies will become necessary to pave the way for a sustainable energy future for all. This will also reap significant returns for climate change mitigation and adaptation, economic resilience, and energy security. Therefore, the government of Guyana is ready to engage and work in partnership with all stakeholders in the sector to find solutions to our energy challenges and to create an enabling environment. As I close, I wish to congratulate the organizers for hosting a successful conference this year, despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish everyone a fruitful day 3 of this conference and look forward to your participation during today's discussions. Finally, I hope that we can end the conference with renewed vigor on actions that must be taken and the role we all must play in achieving a low-carbon energy transition. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for laying out again for us what the imperatives are before us and to setting the framework for our continued discussions today. Before we move on, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of several members of Cabinet who are with us again today. We have the Honorable Dr. Ashney Singh, Minister of Finance. Before I go further, I guess from yesterday's comments from the Vice President and the comments on the first day from the President, tell you why it is we didn't invite Dr. Ashney Singh to speak. He's spoken for the year, and the speech is available. You can get it. I urge every one of you who is visiting to get a copy of Dr. Ashney Singh's budget speech. It makes good reading on your way back to airports in North America and Europe. It clearly outlines the path, but we don't want him to outline it here. We love him dearly. We believe him to be a very good manager of our economy. He has the track record that supports that, but he will not speak today. Thank you for being with us again, Dr. Ashney Singh. And we also have with us someone who did speak already and who will speak again, the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat, who, as you know, is tasked with the critical responsibility of managing this sector. I should clarify for those of you who are visitors that there's a sense in which there's the Prime Minister has responsibility for energy in terms of how we're using energy now, and in terms of developing the resources, that responsibility is with Mr. Vikram Bharat. Thank you again for being here, sir. And then we have Minister Juan Edgil, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgil, who is responsible for our infrastructure and who is responsible for me taking a long time to get home last night with whatever he's doing there with Aubrey Barker. But thank you very much for your work and service, sir, and for your responsibility. You see how this is going, right? We budget the thing with the resources we're getting with the thing, and then he's using the thing. There's a good sequence here. We also have with us the Honorable Pauline Sukai, the Minister of Amerindian Affairs. Prime Minister just now did talk about how our population is set up, that the majority of us live along the coast, and then we have scattered populations in the other 90% of the country. A lot of those are members of our Amerindian populations. And we have in Guyana a ministry that's specifically dedicated to their welfare and well-being, and the Honorable Pauline Sukai is minister. And then we have the Honorable Anand Prasad, who's minister within the Ministry of Local Government. Again, another critical cog in the wheel of how we make Guyana work and how eventually we distribute resources from our energy resources. So thank you very much all for being here. The support for the conference from the cabinet has been great, and we really appreciate your presence with us today. Thank you. So moving on, we are going to now have our keynote address for today. Today's keynote address is being delivered by Dr. John Morton. Dr. John Morton is the UK COP26 envoy, and he joins us virtually. Please welcome Dr. John Morton.
Thank you for inviting me today. I'm honored to speak to you as part of the 2022 International Energy Conference and Expo in Guyana. I'm sorry not to be there in person. I want to start by expressing my appreciation for all of the work that the people in your region have been a part of over the last 2 years. We could not have achieved the success we did at COP26 without your powerful contributions. We owe a debt of gratitude to the climate vulnerable countries in the region who are at the forefront of the fight to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, often leading the way on both adaptation and mitigation. As you know, after 2 weeks of intense negotiations, COP26 concluded in November with all countries agreeing to the Glasgow Climate Pact. The Glasgow Climate Pact made significant progress on mitigation, on adaptation, on finance, and it finalized the outstanding elements of the Paris Agreement. Much of the ambition seen in that pact is a direct result of the efforts of small island developing states. The agreement included the first negotiated references to phasing down coal power and to ending fossil fuel subsidies in the UNFCCC's history. At the same time, 64 countries came together to make a coal phase-out commitment. We are increasingly seeing the end, not just of international public coal finance, but of all international support for fossil fuels. At COP, 34 countries and 5 public finance institutions followed the UK's lead in ending international support for the entire unabated fossil fuel energy sector this year, 2022, so that we can make more resources available for the low carbon energy transition. These commitments demonstrate what we already know. The rapid development of renewable energy, coupled with the falling price of renewable electricity, has accelerated the low emission transition. Renewable power generation is already cheaper than coal in most countries. It also contributes to cleaner air and creates more jobs for the future. Renewables accounted for more than 82% of global power capacity additions in 2020. We saw the benefits of this accelerating transition in Glasgow. Nations of all descriptions now believe that they can be more ambitious than they thought possible even just a few years ago. At Glasgow, we secured a near global commitment to net zero, with 90% of the world's GDP and the world's emissions now covered by net zero commitments. That's up from just 30% 2 years ago. Private financial institutions and central banks are moving to realign trillions towards global net zero. Serious players like the shipping company Maersk are bringing forward their own net zero targets, and in Maersk's case from 2050 to 2040. But we can't simply set a net zero target that is decades in the future and do nothing today. In order to reach net zero, we need countries to raise their ambitions now, and we know that's vitally important for the climate. And importantly, by Glasgow, 153 countries had put forward new 2030 emissions targets. Now, the Glasgow Climate Pact requires all countries to revisit and strengthen their nationally determined contributions this year in 2022 in order to align with the Paris Agreement. The increasing incidence of deadly tropical storms, which the Caribbean community continues to suffer, reminds us that alongside efforts to reduce emissions, progress on adaptation is essential as we move towards net zero. And as you know too well, even if we keep global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees centigrade, countries will still have to adapt very significantly to the changing climate. The agreement of the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work programme on the global goal on adaptation is significant in this regard for driving action on adaptation. Record amounts of adaptation finance were pledged in Glasgow, and donor countries committed to doubling 2019 levels of adaptation finance by 2025. And this was the first time an adaptation-specific financing goal has ever been agreed globally within the UNFCCC. We all know that the transition to net zero will require considerable and predictable climate finance. The Climate Finance Delivery Plan, published in October 2021 by the COP presidency, provided clarity on when and how developed countries will meet the $100 billion climate finance goal. And in Glasgow, parties also agreed to begin the process of setting a new collective quantified post-2025 goal in an open, inclusive and transparent manner. This includes taking into account the needs and priorities of developing countries, as well as considerations of quantity, quality, scope, and access to finance. But we also know that it's not public sector billions, but rather private sector trillions that will enable us to deliver on our climate goals. Solar power plants, wind farms, battery storage facilities, zero emission vehicles will all be constructed by the private sector, not by governments. And so working with the private sector was a huge focus at COP26, and it must continue to be central to our efforts. Finally, the issue of loss and damage was a critical issue at COP26, and it's been a focus of our presidency and will continue to be throughout this year. It's particularly pertinent in disaster-prone areas such as the Caribbean, and the inclusion of a section on loss and damage in the Glasgow Climate Pact paves the way for a new phase of work focused on action. I therefore believe we must build on this historic agreement to support those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Under our presidency, we will ensure that progress continues to be made through the new Glasgow Dialogue and that the Santiago network gets up and running. As I said at the start, the voice of climate vulnerable countries has been critical to achieving these important outcomes. And we're proud to note that all Caribbean countries sent delegations to COP26 and that the majority of Caribbean leaders attended the World Leaders Summit. I think it's fair to say that Prime Minister Motley's speech at the opening ceremony of COP26 set the tone for the entire conference. And I'm glad to see that she has also been a part of this conference here in Guyana. At COP26 itself, CARICOM and its members were strongly represented at the remarkable Caribbean Community Climate Change Centre Pavilion. And throughout the conference, the Caribbean passionately advocated for the importance of keeping 1.5 degrees C alive. They emphasised the reality that every point of a degree beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius will have costly consequences, not just for the Caribbean region, but also around the world. Even 1.8 degrees centigrade represents a climate disaster, which will require urgent adaptation investments. And this message of 1.5 degrees is one that the UK has been committed and will continue to be committed to supporting. Now, whilst COP26 achieved a great deal, at this point, the Glasgow Climate Pact is just words on a page. Now we move towards delivery. We must deliver. The 1.5 must remain alive, but only with urgent action across all pillars of the Paris Agreement will that be possible. 2022 must be a year of further action and ambition, where we move beyond commitments and into implementation. I want you all to know that we plan to use our coming presidency year to its fullest. We are all accountable for the commitments made in Glasgow, and we will work with all parties to deliver on those commitments and to go further and faster to close the gap to a 1.5 degrees C pathway. This work will include working with countries to explore further sectoral action in cash, coal, cars and trees, and public and private opportunities for investing in a low carbon resilient transition. The science on climate change is clearer than ever before. To keep global warming below 1.5 degrees C, we must build a world that is overwhelmingly fossil fuel free by 2050, and we need to be accelerating the transition to that world now. We need to decarbonize the global economy 3 to 5 times faster this decade than we have over the previous 2 decades. And the International Energy Agency's net zero by 2050 roadmap shows that to get there, we need global electricity systems to be virtually net zero by 2040. But we also know that future prosperity lies in clean energy investment. There is a clear economic and development case for redoubling our efforts. Boosting investments in renewables is vital not only to climate action, but it will create jobs, drive economic growth, and reduce air pollution. Wind and solar are now cheaper than new coal and gas power plants in 2/3 of the world. Solar power is the cheapest form of electricity the world has ever known. And this dramatic cost reduction over the last decade, 85% in the case of solar power, has transformed global energy options, particularly in the very poorest countries. Investments in renewables now will pay dividends in the form of greater economic and environmental security in the short term and in the longer term future, just as the current gas crisis in Europe demonstrates. But of course, jobs will also disappear as we abandon fossil fuels. Fossil fuel sectors will take up a reduced share of our economy. We must therefore take steps to ensure that every community benefits from the transition, and that even those who are currently intensively involved in fossil fuels must be enabled to benefit from the transition to a low carbon economy. This will require carefully designed policies to support a managed shift away from older forms of energy generation and to sustain those communities who've derived their livelihoods from fossil fuels. Global solidarity will be critical. We will need to do more to provide everyone with the necessary technologies, expertise, investment support, and financial strategies to make the shift. Guyana has held historically impressive climate credentials, and I know that Vice President Bharat Jagdeo has been instrumental in drafting the revised low carbon development strategy. Initiatives such as these will pave the way for a reduction in emissions and to help adapt against the impacts of climate change. I encourage all sectors of society to take part in the LCDS national consultation. The fight against climate change is a challenge that involves everybody, not just government. We know that for many countries in the Caribbean, the transition to clean energy will require finance and investment. In that regard, COP26 saw the launch of the Energy Transition Council and the Rapid Response Facility, which will deliver fast-acting technical assistance to developing countries seeking to make that transition. The UK's work on the Access to Finance Task Force, alongside our co-chair, Fiji, will continue to be a priority for my country in 2022. We want to bring countries, development banks, investors, and civil society together to strengthen the clean power investment and assistance offer to all countries. And with their help, clean power can become the most attractive option for new power generation everywhere in the world. I know that for Guyana, with its recent discovery of oil, a transition away from fossil fuels may feel impossible. However, the truth is that long-term growth is founded in investment in cleaner and greener energy. This country has a unique opportunity, and an opportunity to use its phenomenal growth in GDP to invest in a clean recovery now, building resilience into its energy grid and providing a sustainable future for its people. The alternative is to invest in what will in the future become stranded assets. As some of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, Caribbean expertise on mitigation, on adaptation, finance and loss and damage will continue to be critical as the work continues on these issues this year. Caribbean countries are global climate leaders and energy producers who are keenly pursuing development and climate goals. And these factors make Caribbean countries important partners in the transition to a net zero world. The UK will continue to work closely with the Caribbean, advocating for further and faster action. Through the NDC partnership programme, we will continue to work with your members to not only deliver ambitious NDCs, but also to turn them into a reality. And the UK's Caribbean Development Programme will continue its focus on adaptation and resilience. In the sphere of trade, we will facilitate and promote the Caribbean as a prime region for investment, delivering a pipeline of British expertise and business to support clean growth. CARICOM and Caribbean member states will remain integral partners for the UK in the year ahead and beyond, and throughout the entire UNFCCC process. We know that Glasgow was just the beginning. We know that in order to continue to keep 1.5 degrees C alive, the real work needs to begin now. And we're excited to enter the next phase of this work with you, our Caribbean partners.
Thank you very much, Dr. John Morton. In keeping up with my attendee updates, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Minister Nigel Dharamlal, Minister of Local Government. Thank you for being here with us, sir. If you're following the program, we're moving now to a section where we're discussing the regional energy transition, and we are privileged to have with us Mr. John Ingram. He's Regional Product Director for GE, and he'd be talking to us today about the outlook for Guyana in the context of that energy transition. John Ingram.
So, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the organization of the conference. It's an honor to be here and share a little bit of our views on this matter of the energy transition, and certainly a fascinating time for Guyana. I think a lot of possibilities here. I also thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having summarized my presentation so brilliantly. I think we share a lot of the common views, and perhaps I give a little more details and some of our perspectives on this, but we're thoroughly in agreement. So just for presentation, so John Ingham, I've been working on this for nearly 30 years, about half of that with General Electric. I personally credit myself with about 10 million tons a year of CO2 reduction of projects I've worked on over the years. So with biofuels, with cogeneration, with renewable sources. And currently I run the aeroderivative gas turbine applications for Latin America. And so being involved here in Guyana for about 5 years, working on these projects and looking at possible solutions in the best way to transition into the new future. So my discussion today, I actually divided in 2 parts. So we have a part this afternoon, which looks at Guyana more specifically and some of the opportunities that we've seen around the world that can help in this energy transition. We've done this in the past. We've done similar activities in the past. Today, just right now, this morning, I want to talk a little bit more globally and how we see this transitioning happening. So as mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister, the power sector is an important area in carbon reduction. It does today represent globally about 40%, 41% of carbon reduction, of carbon emissions, sorry. And so it is the main sector which we have to focus on in order to reduce our emissions to a sustainable future. Again, as mentioned previously, we do have 770 million people. I think the number just mentioned earlier was 670 million. But anyway, it's it's a big number of people who still don't have access to electricity, and especially an affordable and sustainable electricity. So our focus is definitely in the power generation sector. So this is probably a extremely simple chart, but I think it's packed with meaning, and it's packed with a lot of strategy of how we move forward. So in order to proceed in this transition, we do have to look always at the aspects of affordability, of sustainability, and of reliability. So I think most of us were here on Tuesday when we had a power cut, and the reliability that does hurt consumers. It hurts domestic consumers, it hurts commercial consumers and industrial consumers. So that is a key feature. And the difficulty when you move into renewable sources like solar and wind is it's not dependable. You can't say when you want to have it. And so you have to firm that energy somehow and make sure that you have it available all the time. The other obvious aspect is sustainability. So sustainability is key, and that basically means that we are reducing our emissions, even though that this counterintuitive position of going to gas, but at the same time going to a more sustainable future. And certainly what I consider personally the most important aspect is the affordability, right? So it's been my personal view for many years now that poverty is the biggest source of pollution. It is the biggest source of emissions. So whenever in doubt between these three aspects, go towards affordability. That will bring development, that will bring sustainability. Okay, this is key, and it's been noticed. I personally have a saying that I always say that nobody is green when you're red. So if you're losing money, you're not going to be green. So it doesn't matter if you go to very sustainable projects that are not affordable, they will fail. They have to be affordable. That's the key message. And I think the opportunity now for Guyana is really to go towards that and to go towards both affordability and sustainability. Gas power, so this counterintuitive movement, which was mentioned in the previous presentation about going to gas, but also at the same time going towards a more sustainable future. Gas power is really seen today as the key factor in moving in that transition. The US power sector reduced its emissions by 33%. Maybe a lot of you don't know, but the US was the largest CO2 reducer over the past 10 years. It was amongst the 5 top countries in reducing CO2 emissions. And 40% of that was actually from gas. Just moving towards gas and moving away from coal and moving towards gas, which allows you to bring in more renewable power. And so more and more we see gas as an enabler to more renewable power. I will mention this afternoon, I will talk very briefly about a case in Hawaii. The island of Kauai has the largest solar penetration in the world, and it's only been possible because they have a system which relied on gas. And so they operate today about 5 to 6 hours a day on 100% solar, right? And they can only do that because they have a system that gets there. So I'll talk a little bit about that process. Of course, the abundant natural gas in the world today is a big changing feature. So LNG is available, and of course, Guyana has its own gas now, which will be key to implement that. But the need to be flexible is very important now. So back in the 80s and even the 90s, when a power plant was developed, it was basically developed to be switched on and run flat. Now they're not. They have to follow solar. So when there's not solar, you come on. When there is solar, you come off. And you get things like in California, where they have to put in 15,000 megawatts every day between midday when the sun is up and the evening when the sun is down. So 15,000 megawatts has to be put on the grid and then taken off the next morning. That's just the power generation which you have to follow because of your renewables, right? And the key point, I think, on the top right there is it's the dependable capacity. I always say that gas is the only source of power which you can have where you want and when you want. And this is the difficulty of integrating renewables into the systems, because you don't always have sun, you don't always have wind, you don't always have hydro, as Brazil knows very well. Gas is a fundamental enabler of renewables. And this is the way we work and move forwards. And then I'll just mention very quickly the other ways. Once you have the capacity installed, there are other ways of decarbonization, like carbon capture, like changing fuels to hydrogen or biofuels, right? So over the next 20 years, the world should see a growth mainly in wind and solar. About 75% of new capacity will be from wind and solar. Coal will thankfully be reduced substantially. It's the only source which is actually reduced, but you notice that gas is actually increasing. So gas has to increase in order to enable that solar and wind. It is very hard to be able to have solar without a sustainable gas behind it to afford it. So it's very contradictory that you need more gas in order to have more solar. It's a leveraging, right? So gas, we still see an increase over the next 20 years of about 33% in gas capacity globally. We will see this transition, of course, in Guyana moving to gas, and that will allow for future penetration of more solar. Again, I'll mention this afternoon, I'll give you a spoiler, but this afternoon I'll talk a little bit about our experience in Bahamas. And the solar systems in Bahamas had an expected life of three months. They would burn out just because the grid was so unreliable, it would burn out the system. So all investments into solar power were wasted because of the grid was not stable enough. So that gives you an example of how it is important to have a very firm grid, right? As I mentioned, there are a few technologies that we can look at when we're talking about gas power. And when I say gas power, it's really, it's the combustion of any fuels. And so you can start substituting those fuels. So pre-combustion, so before the machine, we can look at hydrogen, which nowadays is mainly being looked at as a way of storing excess solar power. So you have excess solar power, you can make hydrogen from water, and then you use that hydrogen when you need the power, for instance, at nighttime. So it's, in a way, it's a chemical battery, if you will, and zero emissions. There are other kinds of molecules as well, like renewable methane or even ammonia, and of course, biofuels. So I ran a project in Brazil. We did 12 years ago with Petrobras. We ran the first globally ethanol-fired power plant in the world. It was 100% bioethanol, and it was run very successfully in the very turbine that's pictured there in Brazil. And we proved that we can do this with biofuels. And so again, of course, the sugar industry is an important industry in Guyana, and it's a possibility also to use that fuel as a renewable fuel. And that's sugarcane industry, sugarcane ethanol. Then you can move to post-combustion, and of course, all sorts of carbon captures, or basically it's carbon capture, but that depends a lot locally about the resources that you have and how you can implement those, that capacity. And it does add on cost a lot. Today, a lot of the push, a lot of the development is really being on pre-combustion, and so looking into fuels like hydrogen fuels. So I think this is an interesting chart that really shows a little bit of the path of how you get to zero emissions. And what I call your attention to is the first step. So the first step from going from coal to gas is a 50% carbon emission reduction, just there. I mean, this is how important gas is. And of course, today the matrix in Guyana is similar to coal. The HFO emissions are similar to coal. They're a little bit shorter than coal, but essentially you're looking at a 50% emission reduction as soon as you move away from HFO to natural gas. So that's the biggest step in this chart. So if nothing else, that's already a 50% reduction, and kudos to Guyana because it's going to be the largest emission reduction in the world. right? So it's a big opportunity to do that. As you move forwards, you can start implementing hydrogen. And again, that hydrogen probably comes from excess solar power, which you can use during the day to generate your hydrogen and use that to offset your carbon emissions. The technology today, there are no gas turbines today that actually burn 100% hydrogen, but this is technology that's being developed. Currently, we actually managed to have a 75% hydrogen substitution. So we do have some smaller gas turbines which actually run in refineries. This has been a common thing in refineries for many years because, of course, when you produce oil, you normally crack the oil, you have excess hydrogen, and what do they do with it? They burn it, right? And so it has been a development which has been very common in power generation for refineries for many years. And we do have, actually, we have gas turbines today, even in Brazil, for instance, where we're burning about 75% hydrogen. That is about the limit that we can do today, but we are rapidly developing these machines that can go to 100% carbon substitution. So the point here is that the path forward requires this infrastructure for you to have renewables. It is the biggest bang for the buck that you can get in terms of carbon emissions. And it is a path forward that you can continuously improve on this until you achieve your zero emissions. So we believe firmly in this, and I hope that this afternoon I can also show a few more cases where we're looking at this and a few solutions for Guyana, and then, as I mentioned, other places in the world where we've seen this happen, and it's the way forward. So I think the important point is to take the first step. It's to take that first reduction and not be afraid that gas is a fossil fuel. No, that will enable you to move forwards. So we definitely see this as accelerating a low carbon future. And I hope you join me this afternoon again, where I'll follow this a little bit more closely here for cases for Guyana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. If it were my job, I'd hire you for a spokesman for Guyana's move to gas. That's a very comprehensive defense. Minister Barrett, what would you say? A very comprehensive defense of Guyana's initiative towards gas. As comprehensive a one that I've heard from someone who's an authentic expert. But John, sorry, I'm not in the business of hiring anybody, so I couldn't get you the job. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Moving on, we're getting now to some of the specifics in this area. And Dr. Mahendra Sharma, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Guyana Energy Agency, will now give us an update on the various renewable projects being undertaken right now in Guyana. Dr. Mahendra Sharma, please welcome.
Honorable Prime Minister, ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, a very good morning to you. So this morning, we're going to talk a bit about sustainable energy initiatives in Guyana. But before I do that, I want to express gratitude and congratulate Mr. White and his team for an exceptional conference, having attending these for the last 2 decades. I think this is par excellence, and congratulations to you. Guyana's energy import looks like about 20,300 barrels per day in 2021. But what does that mean in terms of the global context? Well, globally, we utilize about 99 million barrels per day, and we're just about 20,300 barrels per day. We represent a tiny fraction, 0.02%. So it's a very tiny amount. We're still fairly dependent on fossil fuels. You understand, you've been listening to this quite for the last 2 days. Our expenditure for those fossil fuel imports for the electricity sector amounted to $150 million in 2021. The Demerara-Berbice interconnected system, the grid that is providing much of the electricity, accounts for about 78% of that total cost. but capacity is needed to cover growing demand. Looking at covering the demand that is created when you retire old and aging sets, and looking at improving the grid reliability. The power needs, you've heard, is expected to increase quite a bit, triple over the next 5 years. And if we were to remain on the business as usual direction, we'll be faced with high consumer costs, tripling of greenhouse gas emissions, and a steady increase thereafter. President, very early on in assuming office, set a vision out for us, looking at energy security and ensuring that it is driven by a mix that meets the needs of our people, looking at solar, wind, gas, and making Guyana the energy capital of the region. And so the policy framework developed around that is built on the low carbon development strategy, its initiatives, looking at expanding renewable energy across the country, decoupling economic growth from the use of fossil fuels, and approaching a low carbon direction. So in the short term, natural gas will provide the needed firm capacity that is needed at a lower generation cost. It is anticipated that this plant will be ready by the end of 2024, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, looking at creating other opportunities, maybe LPG availability, meeting the local demand, and of course, additional discoveries have other opportunities. In terms of our hydropower potential, there's quite a lot, 8.5 gigawatts of potential. You've heard of the Myla Fall Hydro Project, and we intend to build 2 of these over the next 20 years, one 65 megawatt and another to be announced by 2025. So a lot of that talk is happening. This is a 0.4 megawatt solar farm at Mabaruma. This is the spanking new 1 megawatt solar farm at Lethem in Region 9. We've just completed a 0.4 megawatt solar farm at the CARICOM Secretariat. The panels are there, and it's on a vehicle bay as well. And this is a 3D model of a 1.5 megawatt at Bartica. The foundation works are being done, and the panels will be installed over the next 2 weeks. Over the last few years, we've installed 5+ megawatts of solar panels on government buildings, some 290 government buildings, saving $2.3 million, avoiding a host of carbon dioxide emissions from those initiatives. Prime Minister spoke about the ICT program using solar power to provide energy for those ICT hubs. So the installed capacity for the solar farms alone represents 39 megawatts over the next few years, 13 solar farms, 28 solar mini grids in total. The solar home energy systems, 30,000 plus home energy systems to be installed, 150-watt systems to a number of communities. In the area of small hydro, we're looking at the Kato, the Mokomoko, and Kumu. Kato is under construction and is expected to be completed by the end of this year. We're looking at 2 hydros in Lethem in Region 9, but this is also complemented by the solar farm that you just saw. So on that singular mountain range alone, you'll have the Mokomoko, Kumu, and a solar farm providing 100% renewable energy for Lethem. In the area of wind and biomass, we've been recording wind speeds. The coast of Guyana is fairly favorable. You'll hear from Dr. Saido later on that, and averages about 7 meters second, 40 meters height. And the interest from private sector, including the 25 megawatt hydro, there are plans to look at wind potential in other areas like Leg 1. And we've been looking at wind resources across the country. Along the coast is generally favorable. And within DBIS. So this, we can spend a lot of time on this, but the essence of it is that the Berbice interconnected system will benefit from a number of initiatives: solar, gas, hydro. And interestingly, we get quite a bit of energy from the sun. Every hour, we get about 430 quintillion joules, 430 exajoules, that's 10 to the power of 18. So in 1 hour and 20 minutes, we receive the same amount of energy that we consume for an entire year, only from the sun, in 1 hour and 20 minutes. So the potential for solar is huge. What this graph shows is that by 2030, based on our projections, 30% of our energy is going to come from renewable energy. And by 2040, that goes up to 70% with a combination of hydro, wind, and solar. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions, if we were to remain on the trajectory business as usual, the top line shows what our baseline emissions would look like. If we were only to use natural gas, the yellow line shows where we would be. But if we incorporate renewable energy, hydro, wind, and solar, you see an almost flattening of that curve over the years to come. But to do this, we need to many other things. Grid modernization. It's important that we get the grid to perform the way we need it to. The outages, some of them are driven by those issues, and significant amounts of investment are needed to get to that point. Incorporating smart meters, smart technology, making the grid more responsive to the demand dynamics that are present. Intermittent energy needs to be managed as well. And there is electric mobility. February marks about 2 years since I'm driving an electric car. And we're fortunate because we charged that car on solar that was installed on one of those government buildings. So on weekends, I charge up that car and I can get an entire week of driving on solar. So I'm literally driving on sunshine. And I think this is a great model. I know some of you have been, some of the local businesses have been investing in solar, and marrying solar installations to offset your consumption during the day and looking at electric mobility, I think is a beautiful direction. The solar, the sun day almost follows your consumption day for the regular business cycle. So I think it's a great match. This is just showing us charging it up on the weekends. So in summary, we want to decouple economic growth from fossil fuel use. We want to have a cleaner mix of energy. We want to reduce our carbon emissions from the sector by 70% by 2030. We want natural gas to be used as a bridging fuel, and I'm happy to hear that there's technology out there that can incorporate hydrogen. So if we can marry solar generating green hydrogen, putting an energy source into and displacing some of that, then we're headed in the right direction. And of course, the flagship Amila Falls Hydro Project. In terms of where we're headed, Prime Minister spoke about the phases that we're approaching this in. 2022 to 2027, a combination of gas and the Amila Hydro. 2027 to 2032, continued replacement of those HFO sets. And from 2022 from 2032 onwards, we want to utilize more solar, more wind. We expect battery technology to get to the point that we can utilize more of this and have a greater level of penetration from energy. That brings an end. Thank you. That's my contact. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, for your outline and for your encouragement for people to follow you in driving on sunshine. Don't know what the uptake is like yet, but we could keep pushing, right? All right, so we're continuing this focus on specifics, and Dr. Winston Brasington, I gave you a PhD, right? Yeah, who we heard from yesterday is going to be talking to us now more specifically about the Amila Falls Hydro Project. He did mention it yesterday in the broader outlines, but he's going to be talking more specifically about that today. And just before he comes, I want to acknowledge that another Minister of Cabinet has joined us this morning, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, who has been with us already this week, Charles Ramson Jr., as well as the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining. While I'm taking this time to welcome them, let me also remind you that it's your last full conference day, and we'd like you to go across to the duty-free zone. Minister Ramson is pressing you to go and pick up some of Guyana's best products, but also to support the artisans and craftsmen who are there, who have produced works of art that we're sure will delight you. Those of you who appreciate artistic things, we'd like you to purchase some things from them. These are good quality products, but we also want you to encourage them. Very often we forget the artisans, and we really don't want to do that. So we'd like you to support our artisans and artists. So they have booths over there in the duty-free zone in the Benab, and they also have 2 booths in the just outside of the exhibition area. We encourage you to visit those. Amila Falls Hydro Project, Mr. Winston Brasington.
Good morning, Honorable Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, ladies and gentlemen of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen. The Amila Falls project has been on the cards for well over 15 years. We believe we're very close now to making it a reality. It is a transformational project. In one project, we have the ability to reduce the cost of electricity significantly, replace the importation of fossil fuels, improve the reliability of our generation system, and significantly contribute to reducing our carbon emissions. Now, we've been working on this project since 2008. In fact, the earliest studies, the feasibilities go back well over 2 decades. Last year, we issued a request for proposals, and we received 4 submissions in September, 3 Chinese companies, 1 Brazilian. Based on the evaluation criteria, the procurement board selected China Rail as having the best overall proposal, and that was largely based on the lowest price per kilowatt hour measured over a 20-year period. By way of background, China Rail is not new to this process. They were the selected EPC contractor back in 2012 when Blackstone, who was then the sponsor, selected them based on an international tender. So China Rail, familiarity with this project with Guyana has been significant. As many of us in Guyana would know, when Blackstone withdrew from the project in August of 2013, the remaining parties in the project agreed to have China Railway step up as a sponsor. This position and the related conditions to China Rail stepping in to sponsor was agreed in late 2014, early 2015 by the IDB and the Kingdom of Norway. In fact, Norway deposited $80 million with the IDB under our low carbon development strategy for this project. In 2015, when the government changed, the APNU AFC government did not pursue the project. And despite an independent evaluation by Norconsult, who concluded that this was still the most economic option. Now, speaking about the RFP process, because transparency is important. In 2021, although we had China Rail still interested in doing the project, the government said, we need to do this transparently. And so we went the public route of retendering it. We made a number of important changes to the structure. Before, we were getting loan funds from the IDB. We were getting money from the LCDS. We were putting in part of the equity. In 2021, the government said, we're not going to put any money into the project. This project has to be financed on its own using private sector funding. And so when we went out with the RFP, we said we're not providing any money. We're looking at a couple of options, either a boot, a 20-year boot, or a design, build, and finance. We picked China Rail because they had the lowest price, and we picked the boot option. So the boot option, basically, this project is being built using the boot option, the build, own, operate, transfer. It will be funded by China Rail and Chinese institutions. They will own the project. This project will be operated under a concession for 20 years. And at the end of those 20 years, the project will be handed over to the government at no cost. Now, for a renewable project like this to be funded and financed over 20 years by the private sector is a significant achievement. But this project has a long life. It could be 75, 100 years. So we are in essence paying for this project for over 20 years. And that average price per kilowatt hour that we are paying based on the response to the RFP is about 7.7 cents. So we're not putting any money. The average price measured over 20 years will be about 7.7 cents. And this cost is largely the repayment of financing. The financing to build this project will be about 700 million. All of that is being provided by the sponsor. And when this project is built and handed over, the operating cost after 20 years will be probably 1.5 cents. So we would have paid for a project over a 20-year period at a very competitive price. And after we get it, the operating cost will be virtually very minimal. So I think this is a great project. Now, what is the scope of this project? Because it's not just a hydro project. It's 165 megawatts of hydro, the plant, all the related works. But it also includes a 270-kilometer double circuit, 230 kV transmission line coming all the way from Amaila to Sophia. Now, that's over 500 kilometers of transmission lines. And right now, the entire transmission system of GPL is just over 200 kilometers. So this is a significant transmission project. We will have 2 substations, one in Linden and one in Georgetown. So we're paying for the power. We're paying for the power delivered into our grid, into our central point in Georgetown. Now, to get this project done, they'll create a reservoir, a 23 square kilometer reservoir. And this project is located just north of the Kaieteur National Park. All of the environmental studies were done many years ago. There's literally thousands and thousands of pages of studies that were done. And the project also includes the cost of upgrading the roads coming from Amaila and the bridges. So this is a project scope that covers everything to get the project into our load center. Now, before we selected China Rail, we issued this RFP, as I mentioned, and we provided everything that we had so that persons who were interested in the project could get all of the documents. We had 19 groups register as interested. We got 4 responses. When I say we provided everything we had all the legal documents, the power purchase agreement, the receivables agreement, the implementation agreement, which outlined the government obligations, the EPC contract, all of these documents, which were pretty much agreed since 2012, we provided as draft documents to potential bidders. We provided all the technical studies, the geotechnical, the hydrology, the environmental, all the feasibility studies. We provided all the licenses, the hydro license, the environmental license permit that we had at that time. All of the environmental studies, resettlement plans, offset plans, legislation, everything, because this project had been prepared to the highest environmental standards. So we provided everything to every potential party who was interested. They had all of this information, and that was what they used to submit their proposals. We had 2 options. We picked the boot option at the end of the day. So we are not owning the project. The project will be owned by the project company, and they will be selling the power to GPL under a power purchase agreement. We were very detailed in what interested parties had to submit. We needed to make sure that they had the capability and credibility to submit to do this project. We looked at all of the financing. So under this project with China Rail, we're looking at a total capital cost of about 700 million. The actual EPC price, the engineering, procurement, construction price, is just a little over 500 million. But all of the other costs, supervision, interest during construction, development cost, all of that will add up to about 700 million. So the price figure is lower than where we were back in 2015, and that's good. We asked them to look at all of our agreements, and we said, very importantly, we're not making any financial commitments other than to pay for the power under the power purchase agreement. We also said that we will have independent supervision, which will be internationally tendered to review the works that are being done. So we will hire, through a public tender, a world-class international project supervision firm to ensure that what is being designed and built is built to those standards. We also agreed that we will have an international O&M operator. So when it's built, we will have someone who will be competent to operate this. Now, this is project finance, and this is the project finance structure. So the owner of the project will create an SPV, a special purpose vehicle. That owner will provide the financing, all of the equity, all of the debt. GPL will be the off-taker. So GPL will buy all of the power under a power purchase agreement, secure its payment with a receivables agreement. We will have an independent supervision firm, and the government will issue the hydro license once they've completed all of the proper permitting submissions, and the EPA will issue the environmental permit once they've submitted that. And the government is not guaranteeing the project, they're going to guarantee the performance of GPL. The sponsor will obtain political risk insurance and these sort of things. and the sponsor will have an EPC contract to build this. And we're using the same EPC contract that was developed by Blackstone from 2012. So this is an international contract that was vetted by experts and negotiated over a long period between 2010 and 2012. Now, like any large project, there's a lot of risk in these projects, but most of these risks are being put to the developer. So the construction cost, that's covered by the EPC contract with all the usual checks and balances. So liquidated damages if the project will take longer, protections for all of that. So this is a lump sum price. The geotechnical risk, we're going to stay with the same structure that we had in 2012. The hydrology risk, the GPL will be assuming this. The contract provides for allocation of force majeure risk. GPL will take all of the power from the project, and this project is expected to deliver from the 165 megawatts annual energy of a little over 1,000 gigawatt hours. Now, as we've seen, things have changed a lot in the last few years. So we're looking at the total peak demand of GPL tripling, maybe quadrupling over the next 5 years. So whereas last year we saw a peak demand of 135 megawatts, by 2025, 2026, we're looking at close to 500 megawatts. So this is a tripling, a quadrupling. As I said yesterday, the demand projections generally tend to follow GDP projections. And so as the economy continues to grow rapidly, so too will our demand. So both on the peak demand and on the energy we need, we're seeing a tripling projected in the next 5 years. So this project, along with the gas, will make up the majority of the supply. But as mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister and Mahinder, wind and solar is also in the cards. So in summing up, we're currently engaged with China Rail in negotiations for this project to start by the 3rd quarter of this year. Under the new structure, we have much better terms than we did in 2015. The developer is taking most of the risk. The government is not making any financial commitments. So there's no money from the IDB, and there's no money from Norway for this project. This is a project being financed by China Rail. We're looking at this project being built over a 3.5-year period. So this project should come online sometime in 2026. As I said, we will ensure that when this project is being built, it is supervised. So we will have a world-class independent supervision firm. Similarly, the operating and maintenance of this plant will be independently tendered. All of the contracts that we're using are world-class contracts. These contracts were developed over many years, between 2010 and 2012, when Blackstone was the sponsor. And Blackstone, as you know, is one of the big private equity funds, and they had just finished the project in Uganda. So these contracts were prepared by experts, they're well tested, and they had the due diligence of all the parties at that time, and international lawyers on both sides vetting them. So we're using these same contracts. All of the potential bidders were given all of the information we had. So the legal documents, the technical documents, all the previous licenses. And in summary, this project, which we expect will start this year and be online by 2026. Will deliver 165 megawatts of power into the grid. We'll have an average price over the 20-year period of about 7.7 cents. But that price, that project will have a life of 75 to 100 years. And after the 20 years, we get that free, and we only pay for the operating and maintenance cost. And all of the capital cost to take us to commissioning date is being borne by the developer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Winston. We are continuing to work through project specifics this morning. We got through sun, we got through hydro, and now it's time for us to get through wind. Dr. John Snyder is the project general manager of Hope Energy Development, Inc., and he's going to give us the update now on the wind project. John.
Good morning, Honorable Prime Minister Brigadier Phillips, members of government, ministers, the diplomatic corps, and fellow speakers and delegates. This morning, presenting the status of the 25 megawatt renewable energy project known as the Hope Renewable Energy Project. It is about wind, and as you will see, there's a component of solar as well in this. This is a project that is 20 years in the making, so a little longer than the Amalia Falls. And there's a number of reasons why previous developers have run into difficulties in the early years. Mainly that had to do with that the grid just wasn't ready for this kind of project. And the kind of wind technology that was available in the early 2000s wasn't really ideal for small, small unstable type of grids that they had here back then. So today I'm going to help you get up to speed with where we are at the end of the feasibility study. We've just completed environmental studies and these have been accepted. And we are aiming to start construction towards the end of this year. Okay, so what we're going to cover here very briefly, the project overview, kind of timelines. Everyone's always asking us, why do these projects take so long? Key partners, important. Ownership structure, the most important part of this project that I hope folks in the audience will like. We are seeking a high percentage of ownership from Guyanese investors. And of course, the benefits to Guyana is worth dwelling on. And there we will talk about cost because that's the other thing that everyone wants to know. Okay, so this project is located on the outskirts, 25 kilometers down the east coast from where we are sitting today, near Mahaica, on the very edge of Region 4. If you look at this map in the top left corner, you'll see 4 red dots in the Hope Beach lease. That's a government lease that was taken out back in 2007. And those are 4 wind turbines. And then down towards the bottom right, Chapman's Grove leases. These are private leases with private landowners. There's another 2 red dots down there. So 6 wind turbines in all for a total of 25 megawatts of wind capacity. Those are connected with a 34 kilovolt power line down to a small red square down in Chapman's Grove, next to the blue line you see slashing across the map. That's the East Coast Demerara main road. And right across the road, you'll see a green line slashing across the map, joining up with the blue line. That's GPL 69 kV transmission line. So we have a substation on private land, a stone's throw away from the transmission line. So the concept is simple. We collect the power from the wind turbines, it goes through the substation, we feed the grid, feeding GPL power, and that it'll be determined by a 20-year power purchase agreement that's in discussion. However, that's not enough. So the substation is rather expensive, and we realized with the wind resource that The peak power is in the evening, which is good. It matches the evening peak that you had here, the domestic peak. But the average wind speed is lowest midday, which is when the sun is shining. So then the question was, okay, how can we help get this higher capacity use of the substation by adding more solar? And it turns out 20 megawatts of solar is a good amount before you start having these two competing with each other through a 25 megawatt substation. So the result of this is a project with combined solar and wind at 25 megawatts with very high average outputs, starting to approach run-of-river projects that we've seen and looked at in Brazil and other places. So this is good news. This is much, much better than we had thought was possible when we first started this project. The feasibility study is just a quick review of what we've done in all this time. Everyone's wondering, why isn't anything built there yet? So there's been a lot of work done. 4 years of wind metering. We've done the energy yield studies and wind turbine selection, initial grid studies, preliminary geotech studies. The logistics is important. How do we get the material to the site, in particular the very long blades of these specialized low wind turbines that Vestas are making? And of course, we've been reaching out to various financing institutions to gauge their interest. There's a lot of interest in these type of projects, not just international financing, but also from the regional banks. And we'll get into that a little more later. The EIA is where we've spent most of our time. We are close to communities. This is very important. We have to meet good EIA compliance, not just in Guyana, but also for financing. It did take 3 years. We lost a year with the hang up in the elections and the COVID problems and all of that. And we spent a year with the EPA. It's the first project in a country like this. So they had to take a bit of time to get up to speed with what is really required for a wind project. So next time around, I think that's going to be a lot easier. Okay, so we're part of GPL's 5-year plan. We're part of the low carbon development resource depletion or integrated resource plan. And the next steps is then to finalize a PPA, the power purchase agreement with GPL, and then get on with detailed engineering and the financing of the project. Why do wind projects take so long? A little run through a typical development timeline for wind projects. So as you would expect for any projects, there's option screening, then the feasibility we just completed. That's where most time is spent in wind projects, 3 to 8 years. We've spent 4 years in that stage. The actual technical engineering and wind metering and all of that, you really only need 12 months for that. It's really around regulatory approvals, understanding policy, land matters, legal matters, and so on is really what snarls up wind projects in particular. And then once you get through that, you have your PPA, most of the risk is out of the project, which is where we are just about at. Then it's straightforward. Detailed design, classic engineering, and everything else. 6 to 12 months is what is typical for projects in there. You can get onto construction. If this was a project in a mature market, anything less than 50 megawatts of wind is constructed usually in about 6 months. We're going to take things a little slower here so that we get up the learning curve. We're going to use as much as possible local contractors, so to make sure that it goes smoothly. All right, then we commission and operate. So let's move on. Specifically for this project, a simplified timeline. Once we have the PPA signed, so I'm not putting dates on this because everything hangs on that PPA. Once we're done with that, then the timeline is in our control again. And so we need about 6 to 12 months for the EPC design and the financing. And then we get to final investment decision. We start construction. Most of that time, the long lead orders for wind turbines is around 6 to 12 months, depending on the demand worldwide. Most of that effort, though, is the civil works, roads, foundations, piling and such. And of course, the electrical works. That's the collector lines and the substation. Most of that work will be local contractors. The wind farm install itself, Vestas is our partner. I'll go a little more about that. Once they are satisfied, we have done those first two things to their requirements. Then they ship the turbines, takes about a month to arrive. They will then transport them to the site, which happens at night, will not impact the traffic. And then they install each turbine. It takes only about 4 days to install a turbine. They are pretty much prefabricated. And then commissioning of the wind farm a month later. So that entire timeline then just under a year. In parallel, we'll get going with the wind farm, sorry, the solar farm. We'll need about another 6 months to complete the solar farm, and then the whole system is up and running. So it is possible to get to construction in this year when everything goes right. Okay, a little bit about Vestas. So I'll get into who the partners in the JV are. We have a Danish partner who were instrumental in helping us integrate and understand the networks in Europe and particularly Denmark. Vestas is the world's biggest wind turbine manufacturer. They are also the largest installer of wind turbines worldwide, and they manage the largest fleet of wind turbines in the world. They are very open to participating in what for them is a small project in helping open up new country markets to wind. And so they're bending over backwards to accommodate us. We are extremely fortunate to have them. This is a fantastic risk reduction for us. We couldn't get better. Importantly, they will be part of the 15 years of operations and maintenance of the wind turbines. They will have 3, when I last spoke to them, was 3 technicians stationed in Guyana, training 3 local technicians, so that eventually we have 3 Guyanese technicians here. And that contract comes with guarantees of performance of the wind turbines. All right, so the company ownership structure. HED is the project development company. So our job in that entire spiel about how we get from where we are now to finally having the plant up and running, that's our job. Our main job is to get the project to ready to construct status, which involves a number of items, and we fund all of that. We are the risk investors in this project. But really where the business is at, whoops. Okay, sorry, one of the colors disappeared. That's okay. Could we go backwards? Oops. Backwards 1 slide. And backwards 1 more slide. Sorry, I lost control there. Okay, so the Pac-Man is supposed to be a pie chart. That's okay. The project company, the SPV, is called Hope Wind Energy, although it does now also include solar. And the good thing is that that part of the pie that is colored in is the part that's most important. These are the low-risk investors that come in at financial close, and most likely, and we expect also in the first 2 years after the project's been up and running, when all the risk is out of the project. So, so what is the project company? That's the company that is set up completely ring-fenced and separate from us. It's set up for project financing. It has all the assets, all the contracts, all the rights, the PPA, all the debt financing. It is a standalone company that will be run by their elected board, and HED will support them with operation and maintenance of the substation, the lines, and the solar plant. Vestas is handling the wind turbines themselves. They will also help us with operating this hybrid solar wind system. They are extremely excited by the solar hybrid system with wind. They see that as a very important industry segment for their future. And it also lends itself to then bringing in other investors on board into projects. So this is a very typical project structure for projects in Europe as well as the US. When you hear about a lot of companies investing in renewable energy projects, this is the typical structure. So we are the guys that have to clean up the project, get it ready to go for these investors. At financial close, when we're about to start construction, we hope to entice a lot of the private investment community here to come on board. We are aiming for more than 50%. And we would also like to reserve, depending on how the discussions go, more so pension funds, insurance companies, et cetera. So the more institutional investors that have to meet much lower risk levels, that would occur probably in a year or 2 after this. Why are we talking about this high percentage of ownership? As we heard yesterday, just like oil and gas, renewable projects are financially intensive, but not very labor intensive. So yes, we will be having local as much as we can, but the real thing is with a 20-year PPA, you don't want that to then replace the problem we have with importing oil and diesel right now, becoming an export of foreign exchange for Guyana. You want that currency to remain in the country, feeding back into your economy. And so we're, and our partner SPI and ourselves, and we're fully aligned with this. So any projects that we do in Guyana or elsewhere, this is the project structure that we're going with. Okay, so who are we? SPI is a Danish developer. They've been involved for about 12 years, have been involved in about 140 different renewable energy projects at all different aspects of it, from developing the projects to advising investment in projects to operating projects and administering projects. They tend to do smaller utility and all the way down to larger industrial commercial. This is a plus for us, having a project partner that doesn't feel like they need to control the entire project, but is there to help us map out and chart out what we need to do to get to deliver this project, and also importantly connect with sources of expertise and funding from Denmark. Innova Energy is my company. We're the in-country project manager. I'm the project general manager. My background is oil and gas project development with BP previously. And so those same project progression that we have in energy and oil and gas lends themselves very well to these type of projects as well. There's a lot in common. Another important aspect is, which is what I was doing for BP, is building the team here in Guyana that will operate this power plant. Below there, I have IFU, just to show you. So SPI are a link through to the Danish Development Fund, IFU, who have earmarked funding for the developing part of the world, particularly for renewable energy. And they play a very interesting role, so they can provide money for the projects, but also an important aspect is helping regional banks and other investors here get up to speed with how do you evaluate these type of investments. If we don't meet the equity that we're looking for, they will also come in on the equity side to fill that out until we can, through the years, eventually find that greater than 50% local ownership that we're aiming for. So they're on standby for that too. Okay, benefits for Guyana. Yes, there will be jobs, 50 to 100 construction jobs, and somewhere between 15 and 25 permanent jobs is what we see. Not all of them employed by us, of course. Vestas will have their team, and then there will be other contracted services, all kinds of things that you need to maintain a power plant like this. The one that everyone wants to know about, of course, is, are we going to get cheaper power? So we've heard pricing here in the last 2 days in that 7 to 8 cents per kilowatt hour range, both for the gas to power and Amaila Falls. And we are in that same bracket with this first project. Now that we have the solar, before we couldn't say much about the solar, Mr. Prime Minister, but we have made great progress in tying down the land that we needed for that, and that makes a big difference to the economics of this. That also would include concessionary financing to really drive down. If we can get a large portion of concessionary financing, we'll be closer to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. This is much, much, much better than we thought was possible when we first started this project. Of course, this is for the first 20-year contract. With typical wind farms, will go for about 25 years. It just depends on the nature of the wind environment and the salt in the air and all of that. And then what happens, and what is happening in Jamaica at the Wigton wind farm right now, you repower the project, and then you go for another 20 to 25-year PPA. When you repower a project, the roads, bridges, the substation, the towers, all of that you use again. All you do is replace the nacelle and the turbines. And then you land up, which has happened in Jamaica now, 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour for that next. So essentially, forevermore, you're landing up with extremely low cost power, even with this first project. So endless low cost clean power that is locally owned. I think that's probably the key message from us today. And I'm going to finish up with this from a private developer's point of view, having been here in Guyana. Where do we see the project pricing or the pricing of power from wind and solar, now that we've looked at one project going forward? So the pilot project, as we're calling this is on the smaller side of a project. I think it's a digestible size project for Guyana and the investment community here. But really what one would aim for after that is somewhere around 50 to 200 megawatts, depending on a number of things. But that scale project we see coming in at somewhere around 5 to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. And then what you see, project 4 and 5, those are very much visionary. It's not necessarily our projects. When we hear talk about an energy corridor between Suriname, Guyana, and Brazil, then yes, it is possible to get to multi-gigawatt, not just with hydro, but also wind and solar. We see gigawatt potential in Guyana. And there's an interesting relationship that I'm not going to get into today, but just the same way that wind and solar are highly complementary, wind, solar, in particular wind and hydro, are extremely complementary on a seasonal scale. So modern day hydro typically are run of river or less than 30 days of storage, which means they struggle along during the dry seasons. Well, that's when wind is strongest, as well as solar. And so when you combine the two, our initial modeling we've done in this, very preliminary, suggests that you can get to extremely high levels of pure renewable energy. Gas would still be required in the early days, I think, to be that standby power and filling in. But you can get to extremely high levels of renewables and very good pricing. And these are greenfield projects. Then you would still redevelop them. You heard about Amalia Falls, it's paid off after 20 years and keeps going. Similarly, with wind and solar, you repower after 25 years, and then the price comes down even further than what we're showing on this slide. So I hope that is good news for you all. I know we haven't really been in the public domain with this project at all. So this is really the first time we're presenting, aside from what we did for the EIA. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. I think we've, so far this morning, in addition to our broad overview, we're able to look at some very specific things with respect to solar, wind, hydro, gas. There are a lot of commonalities in the approach, and then there's some interesting differences which I think we could get to in a separate discussion. But John, towards the end of his presentation, did raise the issue about financing and how the financing model could change some of this. And that's a good segue into our final presentation before the break. That's coming from, could I get my paper there, please? Somebody has let me down here. The person who let me down is, oh, right. Oh, sorry about that. So we're coming to the final presentation before the break. We'll be talking about how we finance renewable energy projects. And Alicia Taylor is going to be speaking to us virtually about that. She is the Investment Management Lead Officer for Infrastructure and Energy at the IDB Invest. Let's hear from Alicia.
Hi, good morning. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the diplomatic community. Thank you very much to the International Energy Conference and Expo of Guyana for inviting me to present at this conference. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in person. Let me first try and share my screen. Are you seeing the presentation?
The answer now.
Okay. I think we're having a bit of technical difficulty because I'm not able to see it. Okay, so if we're on the first screen, we can go to the second page. So just to give a brief overview of the Inter-American Development Group, we are three arms of the group. There's the IDB that most people are quite familiar with, which is the side of the bank that deals and supports with the public sector and civil society. We also have, yes, are you all seeing the presentation?
Just keep going.
Okay. Okay, yeah. And then the IDB Invest, where I work, I'm in the infrastructure and energy division. Thank you. And I work in the Trinidad office. And within infrastructure, there are 4 sectors. There is the transport sector, social infrastructure, water and sanitation, and energy. And then we have IDB Lab, which is the innovation arm of the IDB group. Next slide. So I heard Minister Barrett yesterday indicate that Guyana's challenge is access to capital. And capital is extremely important and must be invested in renewable energy projects in order to meet sustainable development and climate goals. Next slide. So our investment in the energy sector in Latin America and the Caribbean region as of December 2021 was $2.45 billion US. And this is in a range of especially renewable energy projects. Next slide. So we provide support in many types of renewable energy projects, including onshore solar, rooftop solar, onshore wind, offshore wind, green hydrogen, which is gaining momentum, hydropower, battery storage, waste to energy, biomass, and electric vehicles, to just name a few. Next slide. So the type of financing that is available for this energy transition is, as most people may be familiar, corporate loans. So we can provide up to 100% of the total debt required for the financing of corporate projects for renewable energy projects. These could be short to medium term. We did hear other speakers in this section talk about project finance. So I won't spend a lot of time with project finance, but project finance is very typical for renewable energy projects. It relies primarily on the project's cash flows to service the debt. Most under project finance structures, the RE projects are financed off balance sheet, and we as the lenders take the risk of the project. Under project finance structure, because IDB Invest is a developmental bank and we do not want to crowd out the other financial institutions, we can lend up to 40% of the total debt. So let's say we're looking at a debt to equity structure of 80-20, and we're looking at a project cost of 100 million to make it simple. We can lend up to 40% of 100 million, being 40 million US dollars. Then we will mobilize the balance of debt that is required. So it's 80 million debt required. We would mobilize the additional 40 million, bringing in either other multilateral development banks or under an AB loan structure where we are the A lender of record. We will bring in B lenders, either international banks, regional banks, or local banks. We have a very strong relationship with the banking community, and we do not require that the client needs to find or source the additional debt financing. They, however, need to source the equity financing, either through their own equity injection or investors. And these are typically long-term projects. As the last presenter mentioned, it may be based on the PPA, which may be a 20-year PPA, and so we may be able to do a 17-year financing. We also participate and lead club deals, which is basically syndicated loans with other financial institutions on renewable energy projects. We provide project bonds. We do not act, though, as the broker-dealer. We will be working with a financial institution who will be the broker-dealer on the bond project. We also work on green bonds, and this is a type of fixed income instrument that is specifically earmarked to raise money for climate and environmental projects. Green bond certification is available for assets and projects that meet the requirements of the climate bond standard. And we facilitated Williams Caribbean Capital out of Barbados in 2019 to become green bond certified. We also do, which is a fairly new area, blue bonds. And this is a form of sustainability bond, which is a debt instrument issued by multilateral development banks, as well as other institutions, to raise capital from impact investors to finance marine and ocean-based projects that have positive environmental, economic, and climate benefits. In November 2021, IDB announced its first issuance of a 50 million Australian dollar 10-year fixed rate bond, the first blue bond in Latin America and the Caribbean. We can also provide equity financing and mezzanine financing being a hybrid of debt and equity. And then we also have a pool of funds which we manage on behalf of mainly governments that are member countries of the bank. So we mobilize donor financing from, for example, the China Fund, and they will come in at the same terms as our terms on the financing of the renewable energy project. As well, we provide credit guarantees, both full credit guarantees and partial credit guarantees. And a credit guarantee is a credit enhancement that IDB Invest provides for loans and bonds. So basically, if we are looking at a transaction and a particular financial institution is not as comfortable lending to the entity, but we do our due diligence and we are quite comfortable lending, we can allow that financier to provide longer terms to the client. And with our credit guarantee, we are supplying our AAA rated status as a bank to the project, and thereby increasing the credit rating of the project overall, thereby allowing the project to attract a more favorable pricing offer. Next slide. So what are the requirements for financing of renewable energy projects under a project finance structure? There needs to be an enabling regulatory environment, technically sound and reputable sponsor, an experienced developer, strong and experienced EPC contractor, some of which was mentioned in previous sessions. We want to have a bankable PPA, and in this case, we're looking for a take-or-pay arrangement. We support projects that have proven technologies, a strong track record, a guaranteed performance of equipment, equity injection from the developer, the borrower investors, typically to be financed upfront. The feasibility studies need to be in place, financial projections with the underlying assumptions, and as mentioned previously, the environmental impact assessment and necessary environmental and social components. We look at the collateral, the security typically would have a debt service reserve account and assignment of contracts. Next slide. So additionality. So this is the component where, as a multilateral development bank, we provide additional value beyond just the financing and beyond what you would be able to obtain in the market from other financiers. So for example, we will act here as a catalyst in promoting the energy transition in the member countries in which we operate. We provide advisory services. And so we engage clients to include renewable energy and energy efficiency to their projects. So for example, even if we're looking at an infrastructure project, perhaps a port expansion, we would advise the client to, instead of using regular bulbs, use LED bulbs, to install rooftop solar on their premises instead for self-generation. Additionally, we provide technical assistance. And by technical assistance, we mean that, for example, for the feasibility studies that must be done and the environmental impact assessments, there's a cost attached. You would have to hire a skilled and experienced consultant to conduct either the feasibility study or any other wind studies that are needed. And we can help offset that cost by pools of funds that we manage within the bank. For example, if the consultant's cost is, let's say, 40,000, we may be able to offset 40% of that overall cost to help the client in the project. We also assist in selecting and engaging the requisite consultants to prepare the feasibility studies and assist clients overall in the process. There are times when clients do not know exactly who to turn to in way of consultants to prepare the feasibility study or the EIA. And we have a cadre of consultants that we have worked with in the past, and we can assist the client in preparing a list of clients to send out RFPs to, and we can also review the proposals that come in with the client, and they will select the best bidder. We review and provide feedback on the bankability of the PPA, and we prefer to do that at a very early stage. So from the time the PPA is in a draft form, we would like to be able to give our input. We also can offer the assistance of legal counsel to review the PPAs so that we can provide early comments to ensure its bankability and that there are no sticking points when it's time for the financing. We provide energy efficiency diagnostics. We provide knowledge sharing, publication, climate change and adaptation assessments if required. And we also, in our entire process, raise client standards to international benchmarks in environmental and social aspects. Those would be IFC standards and in corporate governance. Next slide, please. So I just want to thank you all for your attention, and these are my contact details. If you are interested in learning more of what we do at the IDB Invest, feel free to reach out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alicia. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to break on day 3. We'll take a break for 15 minutes. It's now, let's call it 11:30. We'll resume at 11:45. Thank you very much. While you're outside, do remember that the arrangements that we have followed over the last 2 days remain the same. And if you can, take a look at some of the booths on the outside in the exhibition area. Thank you. So, my friends, we're getting set to start the second segment of this morning's thingy. Well, yours would be a thingum. There are two degrees. Yeah, there's a thingum.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yeah,
I was
right,
correcting your
right.
grammar.
Thingy is, but the thingum is when you really.
But when we're going to do essentially a joint presentation. Does that become a thingy?
Oh, that's that's like a really serious thingum. Just a reminder that we're getting set for the next session. If you're in the room, could you take your seats, please? If you're just outside, could you come in so that we could resume? Thank you. Okay, if we could take our seats, please, if I could ask you to do that for me. We're happy to facilitate the sharing of ideas, both formally and informally, but I also feel committed to getting you to lunch in a good time. So if we could just settle down to start. Okay, so we're going to our first session now after the break, and we've had a number of areas introduced over the last couple of days that today we're really drilling down on. And one of the ideas we heard floating around is the idea of a carbon credit market and how Guyana fits into that. We have Kevin Hogan, who is with the Office of the President and who also has nice socks, who is going to talk to us today about the carbon credit market and Guyana. Kevin.
Thanks a lot, Alex, and good morning, I think, everybody. I'm here to talk about the carbon credits, the carbon market in Guyana. It's a huge topic, and I'm only going to scratch the surface. So in scratching the surface, I was trying to work out what to cover. And so I guess I took guidance from the way the president set up the whole session and the way the vice president outlined the sustainability aspects over the last couple of days to try and make a few points. But chief among them is that Guyana's not new to the whole question of carbon markets. In fact, there's more than a decade of actually very hard work behind it. And so looking forward to the next stage of Guyana's integration with global opportunities around carbon credits, Guyana isn't starting from scratch. And that, I think, is the key message when we talk with markets and with people outside, that this is the next stage in a journey of creating really quite deep capabilities that are amongst some of the best in the world. And that sometimes gets lost. So with that kind of overall framing of a decade of progress, I want to just cover 4 areas. The first is, what are carbon markets for? What are carbon credits for? This sometimes gets lost in the detailed discussion that markets and credits sometimes attract around accounting and lots of detail. Then I want to cover just exactly how Guyana has led on this since 2009. You've heard some of it mentioned, but I'm trying to put some structure in around that to help to explain it a bit more. Then I want to cover where we are now in terms of the next stage and moving towards integration with forest climate services globally. And finally, to just outline what that means in a practical sense as Guyana now looks at and is exploring moving to a market-based mechanism. So what are carbon credits for? It's kind of obvious, but it's to solve this problem. This is global temperatures over the last few thousand years. And what you'll see is things were actually pretty stable, but then the Industrial Revolution happened and whoosh, look at what we did. That was anthropogenic, what some people call man-made climate change. And that's really what carbon credits are about solving. It's not about all the accounting detail that people sometimes get dragged into, and it's sometimes worth remembering that. So how do we solve it? Well, we need to know what's causing it. And these are the 5 main categories that are causing it. Some of them have been mentioned over the last couple of days. But cement, steel, and plastic is a very big one. People don't often know that. Forestry and agriculture, electricity, heating, transportation. Many of these are familiar to lots of people here. And crucially, each of these has opportunities for Guyana. I was having a conversation on cement only yesterday. So when Guyana looks at carbon credits, at carbon markets, it is looking at this whole picture. But that takes longer than 15 minutes to explain. So I want to zoom in on the proximate opportunity for Guyana, the biggest opportunity for Guyana, which is due to the outsized role that Guyana's forest plays in the global economy. And that is the 20% or so of global emissions that come from forestry and agriculture. Why do forestry and agriculture lead to emissions? That's a really complex story. We could spend 2 days talking about it. But when we're talking about incentives, it really boils down to this, that forests around the world, across the Amazon and in the other really important basins of the world, they're basically worth more dead than alive. Amazon.com, the company, this morning, I checked, was worth $1.6 trillion. So the world sees what Amazon.com is worth. I don't know about people here, but I pay for it. I pay $7.99 a month for Amazon Prime because the world values it. The Amazon rainforest, on the other hand, left standing, contributes massively to the importance of the world, massively to the economy of the world, but left standing is essentially worth nothing. Whereas when people farm or they mine or they build infrastructure and the trees go down, it's worth a lot more destroyed than it's worth standing up. Of course, it's more complex than that. But that is essentially the role of the carbon markets, to change that equation. So Guyana saw this a long time ago at the level of the government, yes, but at the level of people. If you go into a village in the hinterland, people know. I had the privilege of being with a Norwegian minister, a Norwegian cabinet minister once in an Amerindian village, and I heard the best explanation on the role of forests in anthropogenic climate change that I've ever heard. So people know, but the government turned that knowledge of people and that community-based leadership into strategic leadership at the international level in around 2009. And I wanted to dwell on this because it's the quality of the leadership of over those 12 years which makes what Guyana has to offer the world now so deep in quality. I won't read this, but it's the former president, the vice president, then President Jack Deo. Back in 2009, he made a lot of speeches, but in essence, this encapsulated the core vision of Guyana's strategic leadership on what I'm talking about today, 12 years ago. Nearly 13 years ago, actually, now. I need to update that. And he set it out that there's no solution to climate change without dealing with forests. And he proposed that the people of Guyana didn't want to just complain about climate change, they wanted to lead the way on solving it. And as it related to forests, he proposed two things, and they're the pillars of everything that followed. Number one was we needed to put economic incentives on the value of the world's standing forest. Through economic incentives, carbon credits, as we might call them now. And number two, the revenues from that should be invested in a non-polluting pathway for the country. That translated those two pillars into a three-phase program. And go back and look at things that were written in 2009, 2010. This was set out then. Phase one was to see if we could find a way for those carbon credits to be paid through a bilateral, not through the market, because the market didn't really exist at the time, and we didn't have the capabilities at the time. To start with a bilateral. Phase two, to see if we can move to what we would now describe as the voluntary carbon markets. And phase three, to move to a compliance market under the United Nations legal framework, which is a thing called the UNFCCC treaty. Those three phases remain the underlying strategy today, and for each of them, the two pillars of incentives through paying for carbon and LCDS form its way forward. This was the journey of phase one. I'm not going to go into it in loads of detail, but Guyana found its bilateral partnership through the government of Norway. And Guyana and Norway signed an agreement for the payment of carbon. And 12 years later, huge amount of work has been done at the Guyana Forestry Commission and in loads of other places across the country and in communities to get us to where we are today. So at the end of phase one, there have been loads of achievements. That sometimes gets lost. And I would categorize these achievements as two types of achievements. One is achievements on knowledge, and two is achievements on money. Achievements on knowledge. We now know that Guyana has the second highest forest cover on Earth, that 99% of that forest is still standing, and that deforestation rates are more than 90% below global averages. Loads of us knew that already. But we now can prove that to the standards required by the international markets. The credits may now be sellable because of that knowledge, and I'll come back to that. That's all due to the fourth bullet, which is one of the best monitoring, reporting, and verification systems in the world. But the last two bullets relate to money. If achievements are about knowledge and they're about money, the last two are about money. That bilateral deal with Norway, phase one of being paid for credits, was the second largest agreement of its kind in the world, and it generated payments for carbon to the tune of around $212 million. And when you add in some investment income on top of that, about $220 million. Only Brazil did better. Only Brazil's was bigger. And per capita, obviously, Guyana is by far the biggest in the world on a scheme like this. And that did real things. And this is why I want to just pause and go through some of these really quickly, because they are the fundamental point below the quality I talked about. The credits funded the SME program. Well over 2,000 jobs were created, 4,500 people were trained in low carbon opportunities. In the Hinterland, the Amerindian Development Fund did something similar. 180 communities had their community development plans funded. Something like 1,500, 1,600 jobs were created, thousands of people trained. The Cunha Canal, which some of you will be familiar with, was rehabilitated. This protects farmers, farming land, businesses, homes from the impacts of climate change. All of these funded from carbon credits. But the truth is, it was a slow start, but then once it got moving, it then slowed down again. And the truth is, about 5 years ago, things kind of slowed to a trickle again. So the Amerindian Land Titling Project had been moving. 19 certificates of title had been given in accordance with the principles of free, prior, and informed consent to Indigenous communities. There's been a little bit of a hiatus, but now things are moving again. Since last year, this project is back on track, and Minister Sukai is leading the efforts on making sure that all villages who want to get title get certificate of title within the next 2 years. That's real. The ICT hubs, 200 communities around the country are having these built. They're hubs. Last time I checked, about 19 of them had been built. This has all happened since last year, and the money got moving again. And by the end of next year, under the Office of the Prime Minister, 200 hubs, 200 villages around the country with laptops, solar power, where villagers will be able to access government services, yes, but as we emphasize in the LCDS consultations, that's also an opportunity to access private sector opportunities, training, market development, market access, civil society opportunities, academic opportunities, and so on. In 18 months, 200 of these around the country. Solar power, this is not some theoretical thing of the future. There has been some talk about 3 megawatts that have been built in Mabaruma, Barsika, and Letham in the last year. But this is what's coming next. This is 32 megawatts of solar power, which Dr. Sharma mentioned this morning, funded from carbon credits. As of the budget last week, 2 new canals in regions 5 and 6 protecting farmers and businesses from the impacts of climate change. This is actually a photo of the Hope Canal, but the new canals will be something similar, protecting literally tens of thousands of livelihoods. All of that happens through carbon credits and the LCDS, the 2 pillars of the combination that I was talking about at the start. And so they provide us with the platform for moving forward. And the achievements of knowledge and the achievements of money are at the core of what happens next. So we can now, for the first time, move from phase 1 to phase 2. And back to those achievements, I honed in a little on the achievements of money just now, but back to the achievements of knowledge. These things that we all knew about low deforestation rates in a highly forested country, we needed to prove it. And so over a decade of very hard work at community level and at national level to build a very sophisticated system now allows us to say what the value proposition of Guyana's forest is. What does it do for the world? This is enshrined in legalese within UN treaties, which is very hard to understand. So what we've done here is to try and translate that legalese into language that's easier to explain around what does Guyana do. It does 4 things. It conserves carbon, it removes carbon, it reduces deforestation, and it can restore. I told the High Commissioner I was going to big up the UK, so here it is. 2 countries that are roughly the same size. The UK and Guyana. Some people don't quite realize, but Guyana is as big as the UK, and the forest is about England and Scotland combined. Ambassador Clowder, the punchline's in the next one. But the countries are roughly the same size. And the UK, not without reason, started the Industrial Revolution and therefore man-made climate greenhouse gas emissions, but claims, not without reason, to be one of the world's most advanced developed countries in reducing emissions. And I think it's got a fair case to make because it's reduced greenhouse gas emissions by about 60%. But if you total up all the greenhouse gas emission reductions that the UK has done ever in this pretty phenomenal success in the UK, that totals up to about 6 gigatons of carbon. When I talk about conserve in Guyana, Guyana's forest stores more than 3 times that. But the UK government and society spent trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to achieve that success. Guyana's forest, if we lost 1/3 of it, which would not make Guyana the world's worst deforester by a long shot, say that went over 10 or 15 years, that would wipe out all those trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that the UK has done over the years. It's utter folly. And that's what the carbon markets need to start addressing. Obviously, conserve, as I just outlined, is the biggest value proposition that Guyana has, but the others are real too. Remove Guyana's forest, the 19,500 million tons that it stores isn't static. About 154 million tons is brought in every year. That is the annual emissions of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark combined. Again, they have also spent billions and billions and billions of dollars to get the success that they have got, and it's real. But we'd lose all of that success globally if we don't find a way for the carbon credits to value Guyana's forest. Reduce and restore are probably bigger tickets in other countries. Guyana's deforestation is so low, it's quite hard to reduce it much further, but there's always room for improvement. And restore, what that means is where forest has been lost, there's about 200,000 hectares across the country, mainly in mined out areas, bauxite mines, gold mines, and the like, where forest can be brought back. So that's a real opportunity. So the achievements of knowledge mean that we know this. We can prove this to the standards that the markets require. And so for the first time, we might be able to move to a market mechanism. That means taking all of that knowledge, conserve, restore, reduce, and the other one I forgot, remove, and turning them into carbon credits. And this is really detailed, I won't go into it, but it's what is a carbon credit? In essence, a carbon credit means taking all that knowledge and certifying it to a standard that is accepted by the suppliers, which would be us, and the buyers. And there's a few out there in the world. But Guyana is exploring now the issuance of our trees credits, choosing this as the certification authority for Guyana. There's lots of reasons for that. It's because there's a lot more global recognition of it. There's a $6 billion private sector market that's looking at our trees. But fundamentally, it's because our trees is the first methodology in the world to truly value all of those 4 pieces. So there's lots of small methodologies for reduce. There's lots of small methodologies for restore, but they're not holistic. And if we're true about getting back to that original problem of solving climate change, making forests worth more alive than dead, we have to look at all those 4 aspects. There's only 9 countries and territories in the Amazon, the forest that is. And we believe that our trees starts to provide a pathway that's relevant to all of them. So we expect that Guyana, to value the conserve and the other aspects, will be able to issue about 8 to 10 million credits in the early days of our trees. We hope to issue a lot more in future years as certain uncertainty and complicated mathematical formulae drop away after the market matures. But in the early days, about 8 to 10 million carbon credits. Again, this is complicated, but just to say the process is now ongoing. Because of the work that was done for over a decade in the MRV system I talked about, it generated the knowledge, and it is now giving us the opportunity to go through this process, which is the process of certification. So 2 things will now happen. One is we hope that the certificates, the credits will be certified between now and around July. And if they are, Guyana will have certified credits, which will be available for sale if the country chooses to do it, because it's a choice. And then the second thing is there are some public notices out there in the local press, on the LCDS website and internationally, seeking expressions of interest and requests for proposals on what might happen in terms of people who wish to purchase these credits. So we will see in the next few months whether the credits get certified and if the market interest is there. If it is, national processes for these kinds of things will kick in, but hopefully by July or August of this year, we will be in a position to actually move properly into what I call phase 2. To close, it's about going back to that original vision of 2009, selling carbon credits and an LCDS, the 2 pillars. We sold carbon credits to Norway. We did all those things around solar and village development because they were in the LCDS. The next stage is the new potential from carbon markets matched by the new LCDS, the LCDS 2030. And Pradeepa is going to walk us through the 2030 LCDS, which is undergoing national consultation right now. But the hope is that by bringing those two pillars up a level of sophistication to the next level of advancement, Guyana's leadership since 2009 might lead to Guyana being the first country in the world to do what other people have been talking about for so long, which is to finally get close to making forests worth more alive than dead and to being a big leader in solving that big problem that I talked about at the very start. Thank you very much.
Very much for that, Kevin. Even I understood. No, but that's a critical piece in the overall picture that we're painting. And I just want to move quickly to Pradeepa Bolanath, who is the Senior Director of Climate and REDD+ at the Ministry of Natural Resources, because in a sense, these two presentations go together. They're two sides of the same coin. So let's get Pradeepa Bolanath.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ministers of Government, I recognize Minister Ramson and Minister Sukai here with us this afternoon. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the private sector, fellow government colleagues, special invitees, members of the media, everyone, good afternoon. And thank you very much for giving both Kevin and myself the opportunity to present on this very exciting area of work that Guyana is embarking on and has worked on over the last 12, 13 years or so. I'll present here today on the aspects of the LCDS 2030. The LCDS is the Low Carbon Development Strategy, and it stretches to the year 2030 in outlining the vision to decarbonize the economy whilst using the forest resources as the basis for that move. So what is the LCDS strategy document in essence? Firstly, it outlines the approach and actions that Guyana as a nation can take to develop and grow in an inclusive way that benefits the country in a non-polluting aspect, in a low carbon way. Essentially, it involves utilizing our natural resources, many aspects that Kevin referred to earlier, in a way that is sustainable and that allows for it, in essence, to combat the problem of climate change in doing so. And therefore, to also address the adverse impacts of floods and of droughts and everything that we feel here in Guyana every time there are seasonal effects of weather changes. The LCDS also outlines how Guyana will use its world-class ecosystem services. And forest carbon is only just one of them. There is biodiversity, there is watershed management, there is a whole host of services as well within the ocean space, the marine environment. So what the LCDS 2030 has done is to look at how to mobilize this tremendous and valuable resource that we are very fortunate in Guyana to have towards not only a low carbon pathway, but in addressing the issue of climate change from the global perspective. And this all will contribute to the global goal of achieving what the world is moving towards through the UN framework of achieving that 1.5 degrees Celsius target that has been set under the UNFCCC framework. And this is connected to the slide that you see here in front of you, where the vision of LCDS 2030 really is positioned across UN goals, those lasting goals we've seen under the SDGs, specifically SDG 13 and 15, that look at climate action and life on land, as well as the other SDGs that target decent jobs, as well as economic growth. Those private sector ambitions for climate that include business ambition for 1.5% degrees Celsius, as well as the broader targets that have been set by the business as well as government counterparts. And these have all been aligned and nested within our vision of LCDS 2030. So this is connected very closely to the points Kevin raised. in that where is Guyana positioned in terms of our value proposition? And that really sits centrally within our ecosystem services and our vast forest resources. So what is this really? We have the second highest forest cover in terms of percentage in the world. We have maintained 99.5% of that forest over years of decades and even centuries of utilization. And we've maintained our status as one of the highest country in terms of maintaining low deforestation rate and maintaining that forest cover, being part of two very important ecoregions, the Amazon and the Guyana Shield. Kevin shared this slide, but I have also included it in my presentation to give you a sense as to what the journey to the LCDS has been. And you recall in Kevin's presentation, there was that road that has led from our start in 2009 to where we're at now. And to emphasize the point that what has been accumulated over the years is a buildup of knowledge capability as well as resource capability that now is enabling us to move towards the implementation of the LCDS 2030 in keeping with what is emerging now as an opportunity into the voluntary carbon market. With this in mind, and keeping this in the background in terms of the context which would have informed a lot of the preliminary work leading to this stage of LCDS 2030, really informs four main pillars which LCDS 2030 seeks to cover. The first has to do with creating incentives for a low carbon economy, new incentives for a low carbon economy. And within this aspect, we have addressed the traditional sectors of forestry, of mining, of forest climate service, which Kevin spoke to. And we've also expanded this, and I recall Vice President speaking on the first day of the seminar, talking about the broadened scope and focus of LCDS 2030. Looking at areas of biodiversity, watershed management, as well as the blue economy or the ocean economy. LCDS 2030 also covers the typical adaptation aspect, those aspects that are involved in terms of climate resilient agriculture, coastal infrastructure, flood risk insurance, as well as protecting mangroves. The third aspect of focus of LCDS 2030 looks at stimulating future growth through clean energy and low carbon development. And my colleague, Dr. Sharma, spoke this morning about the energy transition in terms of the mix of clean and renewable energy as we look to decarbonize grid-produced energy by 2041 and progressively moving that forward over the years up to 2030 and even beyond. We have also looked at aspects which Kevin presented, talking about ICT development and looking at areas of small and micro enterprise and building that out in a way that is low carbon, that is creating jobs, that is creating livelihood opportunities for our people, and at the same time, low carbon development. And this is covered in this third pillar of the low carbon development strategy. The fourth aspect, which I alluded to in the earliest slide in terms of aligning with global ambition, seeks to align what Guyana is doing, not in parallel or repeating what is already outlined under existing agreements, but seeking to advance these in a synergistic way. So we're not duplicating efforts. So everything that we've already committed to, for example, under our biodiversity commitments, under our climate commitments, under the SDGs, those will all be achieved by virtue of us implementing and achieving the LCDS. So it's nested within a cohesive approach to accelerating development, to meeting our development priorities, and at the same time to meeting the international obligations that we have set out. So delving a bit more into forest carbon, but I wouldn't go into a lot of detail because Kevin covered a lot of this in his presentation. What is going to be the vehicle to finance what is outlined in LCDS 2030 is this market-based mechanism that he describes. It is going to, for the first time, be able to monetize this resource, this valuable resource, not by changing anything that we are doing, but for the first time to have a value attached to something that wasn't valued before in terms of a market mechanism. And that valuation of our conserve status, that top button which Kevin presented on conserving of our forest, will allow us to generate enough revenues to be able to move the aspects of the LCDS towards implementation. And we are already standing on firm ground on this, because you can see that even without a full market mechanism being in place, we have been able to use the proceeds of the Guyana-Norway agreement to advance so many programs that are low carbon development over the last 12 years. So imagine the opportunities that will be available through a multi-party type of arrangement that is akin to the market. Multiple buyers, the price levels could potentially be higher. Under the Guyana-Norway agreement, we were seeing something around the level of $5 per ton. From recent indications from the market, this is currently at about $15 per ton, potentially going to much higher levels as well in the near-term future. So there is already greater interest, the price levels are rising, and it is seeking to value something, not in any way to remove or reduce the status of what we have been doing over the last many decades in Guyana. So this really shows and underscores that point, that even with programs like these, as outlined in the LCDS, what we're seeking to do is to maintain our forest cover, and what we have done in the past from as far back as we can look in this graph in 2010, we've maintained flat and low deforestation rates, never exceeding 0.1%. The blue bar shows the global rate of deforestation for tropical countries. In this case, it's good to be small and it's good to be low, because we've maintained that distinction in terms of the management of our natural resources. As Vice President mentioned on the first day, one slide back, please. The expanded focus of LCDS 2030 includes biodiversity, integrated water resources management, and the ocean economy. These are important features that build from the first LCDS and in a more expanded way. And what you can see here in the few photographs I've shared with you are some of those features which I hope for the visitors who are here in the room today would get a chance to see over the weekend as the seminar closes this afternoon. So to go up the Essequibo River and to see some of those watersheds that I referred to, and to look at the Kanuku Mountains and the biodiversity. This is one of our main protected areas in Guyana, and to see what that offers, and to look firsthand at what we refer to when we say that it is such a pristine ecosystem that is so tremendously valuable for the carbon, for the biodiversity, and for the watersheds that it houses and that it protects. The ocean economy is also one of the important features we have added to LCDS 2030. And this is one of the areas new to LCDS 2030 as opposed to the first LCDS. And in many ways, it is here because of what is emerging now in terms of our engagement in the oil and gas economy. And a lot of this will be taken forward looking at sustainability approaches, planning what needs to happen in the marine environment, and looking at ways in which we can build out fisheries and aquaculture and shipping, logistics, and trade in a way that will be cohesive and synergistic with the movement and the accelerated development of the oil and gas sector. So moving a bit beyond now those aspects in forest as well as the ocean economy, we've also looked at what is typically called the adaptation aspect of the work on climate change. And within this area, we focus heavily on climate resilient agriculture. His Excellency, the President, mentioned in the first day in his excellent remarks, as well as Vice President, that Guyana is aiming to diversify our economy in a way that will not only utilize the proceeds of what could be a very thriving engagement in the voluntary carbon market, but with proceeds from the oil and gas sector as well, in a way that wouldn't see a singular or insular growth projection for Guyana, but in a way that will truly embrace the diversified economy that we're seeking to grow and to develop. And in doing all of this, to be able to stimulate future growth in a manner that will embrace clean and renewable energy, and I refer to Dr. Sharma's presentation of this morning, where he presents in a very compelling way our pathway to 2030 and even beyond. And as he outlined, those current projects that we're already seeing success in taking us there. And I also refer to Mr. Brassington's presentation and the presentation from the folks from the Hope Wind Farm project as those become reality. And I refer to those on this slide because a core pillar of LCDS 2030 seeks to decarbonize the economy, specifically looking at grid-produced energy. And to repeat one of Mahender's points from this morning, the aim is that by 2027, we would already see a movement away from the heavy dependence on HFOs and movement towards more clean and renewable energy as part of that transition. And that ramping up to embrace not only replacing existing HFO heavy fuel oil demand, but doing so in a way that will also cater to expanded demand. And I think someone made the comment this morning that it is seen across the world that when an economy grows, as indicated by GDP, I think it was Mr. Brassington, that is how you can also tell how much your energy needs will grow by. And that will be the case for Guyana as well, and we're already planning towards that in LCDS 2030. LCDS 2030 also covers digital infrastructure, expanding our satellite network, looking at aspects in terms of e-governance. And I think Mahender presented this the best, and given his personal example on electric cars, moving towards low carbon transportation as well. Within the oil and gas sector, LCDS 2030 also advocates the positions, as you would have heard expressed in the first day of the seminar, which underscores Guyana's international advocacy for removal of subsidies in fossil fuel and for there to be a strong global carbon price. And these are emphasized and underscored in LCDS 2030. And to outline the role that the oil and gas sector and the revenues from the oil and gas sector will have within the context of providing expanded health and education services and building out a diversified economy. So as I move more towards the end of my presentation, I would like to highlight a few areas that I think are important for us to reflect on as we look at, especially given the context of this seminar, Guyana's LCDS and the oil and gas sector. Where could it be best positioned? And some examples that come to mind immediately cover looking at how we could advance low carbon supply chains. And we've heard over the last couple of days the idea and the project that could be pursued on carbon capture and storage. There is also a role for integration and advancement of existing sectors within the blue economy in a way that is not polluting: shipping, transport, logistics, setting up of ports, small and large ports. There is also the inclusion of the market, and Kevin spoke a lot to the number 3 that you see here on the screen, and renewable energy, and looking at innovation as we move as part of that advancement. So that would mean, therefore, that in partnering with the private sector, we can be able to advance community livelihoods, we can be able to achieve a low carbon economy, we can be able to develop marine ecosystems, and we can bring value to the world. And I refer to that second slide of Kevin's presentation, which is the global target of being part of climate action and looking to address that issue. And I'll steal one of Vice President's word here, this existential threat that we face as a people. The early opportunities that we have within this realm and as LCDS 2030 positions would include areas such as tourism, investment in coastal infrastructure, partnership in the renewable energy transition, and health and education. And these are just to name a few. The list can go as long as we can continue our discussions. And I think the time now is right because we're having two important things happening at the same time: the accelerated development of the oil and gas sector, and we're also having, at this point in time, this emerging opportunity to engage in the voluntary carbon market, using Guyana's valuable ecosystem services as a means to do so, and not having to sacrifice anything in that process. And I think those bring me now to the end of my presentation, where I share with you the opportunity to look into what this ecosystem can offer, not only for ecotourism, but for other economic opportunities as well. And to wish you all the best and to hope that you have a chance to see some of our forests, explore, though from far, some of these charismatic animals that I present here to you, and to indeed leave with the impression of what we have holistically to offer from the Guyana perspective. Valuable ecosystem, a thriving economy, and tremendous scope for development along a low carbon pathway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pradeepa. That was an excellent presentation. It was great tag teaming between Kevin and Pradeepa. And I don't think that if you were unaware of either of these developments in Guyana prior to today, that you could leave without a comprehensive understanding. It was always going great until Pradeepa asked us to engage with charismatic animals from afar. I was like, that's like a whole contradiction right there, you know. We tend to want to get close to people with charisma. But tomorrow, if you haven't yet booked a tour, we're encouraging you to do so. What we're hoping will happen tomorrow is that you would either get yourself deep into B2B conversations or B2G conversations. But if nobody wants to talk to you or you couldn't find anyone to talk to, why don't you book a tour and get a chance to see Guyana's pristine ecosystem up close and personal? One of the advantages of doing that is that you have some kind of context in which we have been talking about saving, protecting the environment and about sustainability. There's a real product that we have to sustain. This is not a theoretical idea, but you have to see it. A number of our presenters over the last 3 days have shown you amazing wildlife, flora, fauna, and natural features of our country in their slides, but there's a real chance that you could see these personally. So book a tour tomorrow if you're not busy. And if you're busy, then come back. There's a whole song about that, about will you come back? You want me to sing it? Oh no, we gotta move on. Okay, cool. Yeah, they don't want me to sing it. They'd like me to move on to the next presentation that's coming from Kahina Abdeli Galinier. She is talking about shaping the path to net zero, and she is the emissions manager, I believe, from Schlumberger. So her presentation is virtual. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear Prime Minister, dear ministers, dear delegates and participants. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate to this International Energy Conference in Guyana. Unfortunately, I was planning to attend and enjoy most probably the great tour that you were talking about, but some personal constraints, unfortunately, avoided me to come and be able to attend in person. But I'm confident that I'll have the opportunity to come and see this beautiful country. I do not see the slides on, so I don't know if it's if they're working or if you're able actually to see the slides, or should I share them on my end? Perfect. Thank you so much. So we had I would say a very interesting, 2.5 days so far, talking, I would say, about the energy mix, about the sustainability commitments, as well as I would say the need actually to commit to the planet and to the climate change constraints that we have. So I will give, I would say, another perspective, I would say, to the talks that we have heard this morning, which focuses very much around the opportunity we have to decarbonize, I would say, the oil and gas industry. And while we still need to have access, I would say, to some of the fossil industry, fossil energy that is available in the country, we can do it differently, and we can do it actually with a net zero impact. So if we can move to the next slide, I think the slide shows very much, I would say, on the left side, what has been, I would say, very much discussed throughout these 3 days is really much the need to continue to access energy, to provide energy for a very high growing, I would say, economical world economy by 40% by 2030 from the latest estimate. But this comes obviously with the commitment that we need to act ASAP on reducing, I would say, the global temperature by 1.5 at the same time. So we obviously have the reduction of 1.5 degrees involves, I would say, the commitment to reduce CO2 equivalent by 40%. 40% in terms of growth of the, I would say, the world economy and access to energy and electricity and power. At the same time comes with obviously 40% of reductions that absolutely needs to happen for us to protect the environment and to provide, I would say, a future to the next generations. On the right side, what I try to show you is that the oil and gas industry contribute about 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions. And if we zoom in into where they do come from, and that will be mainly the focus of the talk that I will be giving today, is that they mainly come, I would say, from methane. Methane is what is a heavy, I would say, greenhouse gas emission. It's about 84 times more, I would say, harming to the global heating than the CO2 molecule because it's heavier, so it captures the heat much more. And 57% is actually emitted in the oil and gas industry, either from leaks that happen throughout, I would say, the life cycle of the operating the oil field, or through, I would say, operations that intentionally release the methane to the atmospheres. So this is something that we can act on. There are a certain number of technologies that are available that make sense economically actually to act on it, and I will try to develop that as we move forward. I'm highlighting the flare as well because these two categories fall into my remit. Flare, there are alternatives to flare, and there is an opportunity as well to commit, I would say, to what is called zero routine flaring, meaning the outside of the emergency flaring that needs to happen. There is an opportunity for us as an industry to basically operate without having to flare and release, I would say, methane and CO2 to the atmosphere. If we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So obviously there is, we are entering with this dual challenge into, I would say, a new era. We do see a lot of, especially post COP26, and we have heard, I would say, the UK delegates this morning. We have seen a lot of extremely promising commitments around the fact that the industry needs to act today on reducing, on committing, I would say, on the net zero target. So we do see more countries, more operators, more companies actually committing to net zero. In Shumergy, we've committed to our net zero targets in last July. And this is something that we are seeing accelerating as the industry understands the urgency and its global responsibility while continuing to deliver the affordable energy. What we do see is, a lot of commitment and the industry starting to really much take the methane problem seriously, and starting, I would say, to engage into, I would say, initiative that will accurately measure the methane emissions that we're producing as an industry, as well as promptly and efficiently act on them to make sure that we basically lower our contribution and accelerate, I would say, the path towards the net zero. So a lot of very good intent, very good commitments from the leadership of the companies, of the countries, of the operators to basically try to basically enforce, I would say, the urgency around acting on the transformation of the way we operate an oil field operation. But at the same time, a lot of extremely good positive pressure that comes from the public opinion as well as from the employees to make sure that we basically deliver a world in a better pace than the one that we have inherited. If we move to the next slide, this radical, I would say, era of transformation is coming with fantastic, I would say, innovation. Every day there is, and in a very dynamic, I would say, environment as we speak. Every day there is changes of regulation in order to try to cope, I would say, with the dual challenge. Every day there is new technology providers, new innovation that is happening, new technologies that are emerging, new pressure that comes from, I would say, the public or the investors, etc. So I think there is I would say a very nice articulation of I would say pressure that is ongoing, but as a country, as an operator, and as a service company, it complicates our decision making. It's once we the technologies are emerging, we don't know what's the best benchmark, which one to choose from I would say hundreds of them that are emerging. Once you pick one, how do you scale them? How do you implement? How do you make sure that you basically make the right bet to basically be able actually to implement the change at the scale that is needed? And as obviously we move on into the deployment of technologies that help reduce, I would say, the decarbonization, contribute to the decarbonization agenda, is that this type of technologies generates so many amounts of data in addition, I would say, to the amounts of data that are generated by the oil and gas production. So how do you better, I would say, take the decision based on all this data that is available, and how you always ensure that you're always able actually to comply versus the plan that you do. So I think I wanted to share that with you, because this is basically the approach that we have started when we in Schlumberger, when we started the business itself, and it speaks with what we have seen as well in terms of like what's the right approach actually to implement in order to cut through the noise, the good noise, because innovation is extremely healthy and extremely important and critical actually for the industry to advance into the decarbonization agenda. But at the same time, we need to have a bit more of a compass in order to be able to navigate in a most cost-effective way. So if we move to the next slide, I think looking at the Guyana profile and the I would say of targets in terms of like and I think today most of the speakers stress the fact that there is an urgency to preserve the forest, to preserve the keeping, I would say, the temperature and under a certain, I would say, level that will otherwise become a catastrophe. That's obviously all this, I would say, challenges and opportunities, if I may say, could give, I would say, the opportunity for Guyana to be really much, I would say, a country that implements, I would say, net methane, zero methane and zero routine flare while producing and while ramping up, I would say, the oil and gas production as it is anticipated in the next decade. So I think there is an opportunity to do it right. There is an opportunity actually in Guyana to basically be a world premiere into the implementing, I would say, the right technologies that are needed actually to operate in a methane-free and in a routine flare-free environment. The way we do see it is that it's a wheel that you can see on the right that involves, I would say, first starting up, I would say, with putting in place, I would say, the most cost-effective and efficient strategy to basically look at holistically around, I would say, the global operations and see what needs to happen by when, and what is affordable, what we take as a risk, and how we can actually articulate, I would say, a strategy that will lead to an execution that is in line with the expectations and the commitment that the country is making in terms of sustainability targets. The second one, and this is something that is that we believe extremely strongly in Schlumberger, is the accuracy of the measurement, is to deploying, I would say, all the technologies that are vetted, that enables actually to always give transparency to the country, to its people, to the world as well, around the fact that these operations are actually happening with exactly the level of quantification of emissions that are actually accurate and that are actually backed up with the right actions that the operators and the service companies are enabling for the country. The third component of the offer really much articulate around the fact that there are today technologies that could be implemented from the start of the operation that could prevent actually having to vent emissions to the atmosphere that could actually be implemented from day one in terms of like process engineering, in terms of technologies that will avoid actually having to basically waste the gas in terms of either whenever you intentionally release it or when you flare it. So there are a certain number of technologies that exist. There is a certain number of collaboration that needs to happen to adapt it and to basically make them fit for purpose in the Guyana country and for the Guyana operations. But the key of it is that as we embark into, I would say, a leadership roadmap of having to operate with zero methane and with zero routine flare, opportunities exist, technologies exist, solutions exist. It's a matter of time actually to, it's a matter of, I would say, ambition and time to basically articulate it together as in a collaborative way. The last one that is important, again, I stress the Prime Minister talked about, I would say, the digital transformation as well as I would say, Pradeepa just a second ago, around the fact that everything needs to be auditable. Very much kind of like the data, the decision needs to be backed up with, I would say, the maximum data that is available. And this is what we believe in Schlumberger, is that in order to anticipate any, I would say, deviation of forecast on any emission, I would say, planning activities, you need to have the data in hand, and this is something that that we believe could I would say advance the journey towards, I would say, net zero. If we go to the next slide, it gives a bit more granularity around the action on the ground. It's really much, we believe in collaboration. We believe that no one single company has all the answers. We believe as well is that the active thought leadership that needs to come from the involvement of the academia, from the universities, from the research, from the I would say the service operators, from the service companies, the operators, the governments, the regulators, all these different components of the ecosystem needs to work hand in hand in order to be able actually to implement the real changes that will enable a better future. So collaborative plan is absolutely critical in order to enable, I would say, a journey toward path zero. As I said, we believe in the transparency of reporting. It's absolutely critical to be able to implement the right technologies that could differ depending on the different assets that will be implemented in the country. But it is extremely important to be able to spot an emission before it happens, and being able actually to reduce the time between when an emission is detected versus the time when an emission is fixed and repaired. So it is towards the path to net zero, having I would say, a healthy mix between, I would say, intermittent and sporadic spot measurement as well as continuous measurement that will ensure that we always stay close to the plan is absolutely critical. And as I said, in terms of like, I would say, technologies and solutions, that some solutions exist today, some will have to be developed. This is why the thought leadership and the collaboration with the different, I would say, part of the ecosystem in terms of academia, in terms of the startups, the service companies, as well as the operators and the regulators, it will be critical to basically accelerate innovation and accelerate the pace on which the targeted solutions for abatement are actually implemented and become economically acceptable for the operators to implement them. So this is, the IEA has issued, I would say, a certain number of recommendations around technologies that come almost at a negative cost whenever you absorb, I would say, the upfront cost of the CapEx. And this is for the long term. When you think about a long-term strategy, this obviously has a lot of sense. And this is what we would recommend, and this is what we are recommending in the multiple projects that we are engaged on as we speak. If we go to the next slide, I think this is very visual. We believe that the best decisions are taken with all the data in hand. We believe in the fact that operating, I would say, a methane, zero methane and a zero flare operation is possible. And but at the same time that we have a commitment actually to show in total transparency, in an auditable way, the actions and the data that could be acquired and that could be needed actually to deliver throughout the journey. So we believe in that digital is an enablement for the emissions management, and that is absolutely needed to give the trust of that our industry is really much making giant steps towards the decarbonization of its operation, while continuing to provide affordable energy for all. So if we move to the last slide, I think so. That's the when I was very much looking forward to come to Guyana. First, for personal reason, it has been one of the countries that I've always wanted to visit very very earlier on when I started traveling. And I would only echo actually some of the speakers talking about like the pristine beauty and the pristine, I would say, and the valuable resources that the country has. And I think beyond, I would say, the richness of what exists in Guyana today, Guyana has the opportunity to become, I would say, a world leader in setting a benchmark around, yes, it can operate, I would say, fossils industry, but it can do it differently, because from day one, the right, I would say, solutions and the right technologies were properly planned and properly positioned in order to enable, I would say, the extraction and the production of a barrel of oil equivalent with almost zero carbon footprint. So again, this requires a lot of collaboration, a lot of, I would say, a thought leadership, and a lot of, I would say, trust that needs to happen between, I would say, the operators, the regulators, the governments, as well as all the people involved in the innovation, from the startup and the service companies as well. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to have been part of this conference, and hopefully I'll have the opportunity to come in person very soon.
Thank you very much for that, Kahina. In the context of everything we've been discussing, those insights were pretty useful. We're getting close to lunch. We just have two presentations to come. The first one is from Dr. Devon Gardner. He's the head of technical programs at the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. So we'll hear from Dr. Gardner, and then after that, we'll hear from Jeff Wazowski on the clean energy transition. So we'll get first Dr. Gardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. With the protocols having been observed, I stand here before you as the penultimate speaker before lunch on the final day of this forum. But nevertheless, the story I intend to share with you today is one of really symbiosis, one of how we can seek to mesh the sustainability agenda that we all pursue globally in general, and regionally more particular, with the various energy options that lay before us as countries. Of course, fossil options, which are not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And of course, the renewable options that are also emerging fast and much more predominantly than we would have guessed many years ago. There is, over a century and a half of experience of conventional options that were explored where energy is concerned. And what this message is today is that we really ought to begin to look at unconventional ways of dealing with the integration of these conventional commodities. That's really the basis of today's conversation. So the title that I'm using is therefore Achieving Sustainability through Oil, Gas, and Renewables. And if we go and look at this first slide here, the slide captures for the island states themselves, and I will talk about Guyana and Suriname in a bit also, for the Caribbean island states themselves, what some of the renewable potential looks like along the entire chain of the CARICOM countries, with the exception of Suriname and Guyana in this case. And what this story is really is that there is a tremendous amount of renewable energy potential. There are solar resources in every single country, significant amounts. There are pockets of wind resources in all the countries also. There are geothermal resources in the Eastern Caribbean states. There are hydro potential in the Guyana, in the Suriname, in Belize, and a couple of the more mountainous island countries like Jamaica and St. Vincent and in Haiti. There are bioenergy options. And even without talking about the emerging marine energy options, we recognize that the Caribbean has in excess of 20 gigawatts of renewable energy potential. 12.5 gigawatts of that probably reside within Guyana and Suriname based on some of the preliminary estimates or rough estimates that have been done. If you go to the next slide, you have the clicker, right? So if we go, I have slide too far. Okay, yes, so, right. So if we go to the next slide, where we see what the development of that renewable energy has looked like in terms of how we have brought that online, how has that manifested into change, how have we tapped into those resources. We see that we are not doing so well as a region, even though the tremendous opportunity abounds before us. We have failed to convert, despite significant amounts of efforts, much of that renewable energy into projects. In 2012, we had agreed at the CARICOM level to pretty much pursue joint targets, joint strategies, and a joint policy in principle. So we did a baseline around then. And we had around 6.2% of renewables integrated in our system, mostly at that time hydro in Suriname and Belize. And fast forward to 2020, while it is that we may have doubled that capacity in principle, we are halfway to where we had expected, less than half to where we had expected to be in 2022, based on our current targets. The 2022 targets for renewable penetration set by CARICOM energy ministers when they met in 2013 to ratify what was proposed in what is referred to as the Caribbean Sustainable Energy Roadmap and Strategy is 28% renewable energy penetration, at least renewable electricity generated. That's what was agreed to, 28%. And what our study in 2020, when we did our last assessment in 2020, we found that we are at 11.2%. And even now, if we were to project where we are going to be in 2022, based on what is happening in countries, especially given the impact of COVID in 2020 and 2021, which would have stymied much of the renewable implementation and development, since we do not expect to be more than 12%, despite the fact that we have targets of 28% by 2022. And of course, for 2027, the targets are much loftier. The issue is that many countries have not been able to find the appropriate financing modality to bring a lot of these projects to bear. And this is one of the things we'll speak about. One of the things that have been happening though is, while it is that we continue to struggle to bring projects to the fore, we have continued to set increasingly ambitious targets. So countries, while they struggle to implement, have always been interested in doing better, even as they struggle. And we see what the country targets look like here in red. What we see are the targets that the countries themselves have set for by 2030. And we see in gray targets that were recommended in that 2012 baseline study that was done under the CSERMS, or the Regional Energy Roadmap and Strategy. And we see in blue where the countries actually are as of 2020, when we did our last analysis of the sector. And we see that very few countries are even close to where it is that they are said that they wanted to be. And that is something that we are concerned about. Why is it that the countries are pushing so much to integrate renewable energy into their systems if it is that they are struggling so much? What is the genesis? What is the reason? What is the motivation for this? The fact is that we can think about renewable energy integration in a multiplicity of ways. And it starts with the title, sustainability. We have heard in recent times a lot of buzzwords around resilience. The truth is that resilience is really a feature that supports sustainability. Without sustainability, resilience is not going to be important or beneficial. So although we have jumped onto the resilience bandwagon, the primary goal of countries ought to be sustainability, because sustainability encompasses your ability to grow consistently and effectively in an economic way. Your economic growth is consistent. It refers to the fact that there is continuous social advancement. The people who are the center of our equation, as you would see in that green box there, are always advancing socially. There's social advancement. And that in doing so, in growing economically and advancing our peoples socially, we are protecting them from the various environmental hazards and the myriad of environmental issues. We are ensuring that they have a good quality of life through a good environment in which they will exist. And until we get all three of those things right, we are not going to deliver to our people the quality of life that we should be delivering to them as a matter of course. Resilience really refers to the fact that if you are going to be affected by an external shock, which typically most of us in the Caribbean face. In Guyana, you're used to floods. In other countries, in the islands up north, many of us have to deal with hurricanes and landslides and the lot. Some other resilience matters too are not really hydrometeorological. There are some which are based on economic shocks. The Caribbean is open to the global economy. Some we have now recently realized could be due to epidemiological shocks. We see what the impact of the global pandemic was on the Caribbean. And so there are a multiplicity of hazards, a multiplicity of external shocks that could affect what we do and how we do them. And resilience refers to how we rebound or bounce back from these shocks. And if it is that we are not growing sustainably and we are not advancing socially and we are not protecting our environment in a way that matters, then obviously there will be not much to bounce back to. So the principle of sustainability works well, and when it's hand in hand with resilience, and resilience by itself can only protect our people if sustainable growth and sustainable development have been pursued in a way that is significant. So renewable energy factors, not because we are trying only to focus on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, because the greenhouse gas emissions, and you would have heard many of the speakers speak about that earlier, from the Caribbean as a whole, CARICOM countries as a whole block contribute less than 0.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So that is not our main concern. Yes, we are interested because we have the 1.5 to stay alive mantra, and we want to lead by example, and we want to exercise, take the high road and show how this can be done. But the main mantra behind renewable energy integration in our systems has to do with that exposure that fossil fuels have historically, left the Caribbean with. Most countries are dependent on imported oil. Guyana is not dependent on imported oil in the traditional sense, because it's a net exporter, because it exports more than it consumes. But even so, without a base for refined products, Guyana have to import refined products even as it exports crude products and so on. So there is still some level of volatility to which Guyana is exposed in that regard. But the point is that the architecture and structure of the energy systems that we have in the region, whether we are energy importing as net energy importers or net energy exporters, is one that is over 80 years old. We have electricity systems that are based on centralized grids, centralized generation plants. In many instances, there's a limited diversification in the fuels that are producing our electricity. We see what happens sometimes when we have disruptions to those power systems, those power plants. If it is that we have a fuel supply issue, it could bring our whole grid down. Same with liquid fuels for cars. We have motor vehicle systems that are based on liquid fuels, and there's very limited diversity in the structure of our energy systems. And so it means that there's very little that is required for a system to be brought down. Our systems continue to remain very volatile. They are not efficient either, because the way they are designed is such that there is significant amount of losses, both in the electricity sector and in the transportation sector. And so there is a need for a reconfiguration of our energy system, an energy system that allows us to diversify our dependence away from oil and fossil-based resources, and to integrate much of the renewable energy resources that we have indigenous to us, and to also allow us to be able to build a resource base that becomes much more adapted to the impacts of climate change, because many of the systems that we have are naturally going to be ones that are impacted by many external shocks. Now, as we shift towards renewables, there are some things we must be mindful of. Renewables are probably the most climate sensitive resource options we have. So it's not just simply replacing a diesel plant with a solar plant or a wind plant. It's about reconfiguration, a holistic reconfiguration. Because if we do not look at a holistic reconfiguration, we might end up putting a solar system and end up with solar systems that are impacted in some countries by hurricanes, and then become, what we do is replace one vulnerability for another. We have seen what happened in Venezuela years ago. We're not talking about now, we're talking about in the good days, when because of the 100% dependence of Venezuela on hydropower, when there was drought, we saw what the drought did to their electricity system. Regardless of the fact that you are clean, diversification is always going to be important. And that's why I commend the countries that have taken the effort to look at a system that is diversified and flexible, both in terms of fuel options, as well as in terms of the configuration of the electricity grid and the configuration of their transport sector. And so when looking at the whole picture, it's really about trying to look at adaptation, or we build our systems so that they are adapted to the impacts of climate change. So our solar systems must be built in such a way that we don't build them in the storm paths. We must build them in such a way that if we lose them, we have means to replace the energy that they would have been producing with backup or some other means of flexibility. They should be, our hydro systems should be built in such a way that we take into account in the capacity of those systems the hydrological cycles and the impact of climate and those hydrological cycles. And we must understand how sea level rise, how temperature change over the 5 and 10 year and 20 year projected periods of weather and climate cycles will affect these systems, and how we must mix and match demand with the supply side, as the impact of climate will affect both. Our air conditioning load will change in terms of how it performs when it's hotter, as the days get warmer during the climate change. So all of these things are things that we are working with countries to figure out. Because at the end of the day, until we ensure that our systems, our energy resource, and all our systems in particular, including our environment in which we operate them, are adapted to the potential effects on climate change, we would not be able to adapt our socio-economic pathway to the impacts of climate change. And so our energy system, which is a core of our socio-economic development pathway, must be adapted to climate change. And we are doing integrated resource and resilience planning, which seeks to work with countries to figure out how to integrate the projected impact of climate over 25-year horizons in 3, 5, 10, and 25-year cuts in their entire energy planning, especially for the electricity sector. And that is the way through which we think we will be able to achieve the right kind of economic growth and provide the kind of people-centric development that we deliver. And in the process, we will always to get the benefit of mitigation, which is what we desired in the first place. The CCRE, which is the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, is built upon a principle of creating, optimizing, embedding, and transforming. And what we are aiming to transform is really what the energy system design is like in the context of the Caribbean. And we are really building this upon market-driven intelligence that is underpinned by that work around things like integrated resource planning and the knowledge management culture. And the strategic programs around which we work have climate resilience at the top of the food chain. And then we, of course, use that to support the economic and social advancements that are required for the energy situation to improve. Within the context of oil and gas and renewable energy going forward, what are we trying to achieve in the context of SECRE? We are developing a regional wind program. And in the development of that regional wind program, we expect a significant amount of it to be offshore. Even countries like Guyana, despite the fact that it has significant amounts of land mass, our population and demand centers are coastal. And a significant amount of wind resource is coastal. A lot of the countries which do have options for wind are not necessarily having their demands close to where the wind resources are on land. So oftentimes the offshore wind resources are, our nearshore wind resources are the ones which will be most easily accessible. And, John will talk about Hope Beach. It's one of those, what you would call nearshore ones. So it's something that we are looking at, and this is a project that is going on in the Holland now. Much of the skills and requirements that are necessary for some of these offshore wind projects are resident in the oil and gas industry. The kind of platforms that we need to build, the kind of structures, the kind of cranes, the kind of studies, the kind of infrastructure requirements for us to be able to move equipment out and to and from offshore is something that is important. If we go to the next slide, another area that we are also actively engaged in is ocean thermal energy conversion, where we look at the thermal gradient between the water that is at the surface and a kilometer below the surface to produce, to drive an organic Rankine cycle. So that is something that we are focused on. And again, many of the different pieces of the infrastructure that are necessary are existing in the oil and gas industry. And it's something that we are seeking to exploit and to partner with oil and gas companies with, to understand what data exists in terms of bathymetry, which they would have already done much of the studies for anyway, and to see where there are opportunities to co-join and co-build to get much done. We have heard a lot about carbon markets this morning, and this is just to whet your appetite. And the last piece of what we are working on is voluntary carbon market approaches to project development. And not just project development for the sake of project development, but project development that will have transformative benefits to countries. So in a sense, SECRE will work as part of the value chain, using its ecosystem to support the development of projects that will deliver real credits in a verifiable, transparent way that can support the offset for end users, complementing what Guyana is doing with its forestry program. And one of the projects we expect to pay for, one of the initiatives we expect to pay for with this voluntary carbon market is what we call integrated utility services, where it is that customers will be able to access distributed energy resources such as rooftop solar PV, efficient combined heat and power for, say, businesses, and even for homes, rooftop PV, water heaters, and so on, through your electric utility, and you repay those monies on your utility bill. Imagine if you could walk into your electric utility, such as GPL, and say, I want to put rooftop PV on my house, I want to put efficient air conditioning, I want an electric charger for my car, and I want an electric car, and I will pay back in small amounts on my electricity bill based on, an agreed rate. Those are the kind of things which we would need capital to finance, and that investment, we think some of its significant portions can come from the voluntary carbon market. Energy access, and this is the second to last slide. We will be able to finance, especially for those who do not yet have access to modern energy, and some of those who are struggling with the amount of access they have, the levels of access in those underserved areas. As we work with many countries, starting with Guyana, Belize, and Suriname, and working with Bahamas and St. Vincent and other countries to improve the levels of access that rural folk, hinterland folk, and outer island folks have to electricity. We believe that this social good is one that should be treated as a public service obligation. And we believe that in utilizing voluntary carbon certificates to do so through a voluntary market, this will improve the way in which we can get some of the energy that is required for modernizing the lives of people. Ladies and gentlemen, the point is that at the end of the day, until we are able to build innovative mechanisms that will allow us to pay for and accelerate the deployment of renewable energies into our system, we will not be able to meet the kinds of targets that we are already setting. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner. If we had the time and weren't rushing to lunch, I'd ask you 2 questions. I would have asked about your comment about wind resources being nearshored, where the populations are, but we're trying to move the populations a little further from shore for all the other reasons. So there's a whole conundrum right there in my mind. But I'm even more concerned about the fact that you would suggest that I should pay GPL for something. I don't know how that model works for Guyanese. But listen, we're rushing up on lunch, and so I want to get quickly to Jeff Wisnowski. He is the Business Development Manager at Bechtel Downstream Chemicals and Energy Transition Business Line. Jeff, man, I am a great admirer of yours. Hold them, right?
Yeah, that's no small task. I want you all to be aware that I am what stands between you and lunch right now. So I will do my very best to be brief. You will be happy to know that I only have 5 slides, and that includes this intro and my thank you slide. So I think we can get through this in a relatively expedient manner. First, I do want to thank the Master of Ceremonies for that introduction, and I want to thank the organizers of this truly world-class conference. It is absolutely something that they should be proud of, and that I look forward to returning to next year at the newly re-announced dates. I also want to take just a very quick second, he didn't pay me for this, but to plug the duty-free shop, just a small hike from here. I went there yesterday. There truly is some really remarkable wares for you to bring home. I bought something for my son. It was not the alcohol. He's a little bit young for that. But I do think he will appreciate what I brought him. Well worth the small jaunt over to take a look. The other thing that I've realized as I sat here throughout the day is that many of the topics that I wanted to discuss have actually been covered by a number of other people in very well articulated ways. So I will do my best to sort of abridge what I was going to say, again, in the hopes of getting you guys out to lunch rather quickly. So let me just start by saying, over the last few days, we have had the opportunity to hear from many of our esteemed political and industry leaders. We've heard about the current planned developments for Guyana's oil and gas sector and how that will bring so many opportunities for Guyana and its people. We've also heard about the climate crisis and the associated challenges and the immediate need to face those challenges head on by engaging in the right, open, and sometimes difficult conversations. But those conversations will lead ultimately to meaningful steps being taken by both local and global governments. Steps that will enable all countries to effectively participate in lowering our collective global carbon footprint. We've heard about the importance of building up today the projects that will make for a prosperous tomorrow, but doing so with a focus on being socially and environmentally responsible, which really is the crux of what the energy transition is all about. So to that end, I have seen governments and multinational energy companies developing and committing considerable carbon reduction targets in order to face the challenges of the global climate change. And pledges are an excellent first step. But I think we need to acknowledge that the roadmap can be very complex to design and implement a net zero program, especially in a short time frame, such as that needed or required to meet or exceed already in place global agreements. However, we cannot allow the complexity of the topic to be a bridge to stagnation. And it's important for our collective future that the pledges being made are properly supported and brought into reality. As a company, Bechtel has also made a public commitment around becoming net zero. We're committed to being net zero by 2050, and in parallel, we're considering options to fast track that goal, as well as bring along our supply chain and our partners, and achieve that goal with minimal use of offsetting and ensuring that we and the industry can achieve sustainable results. So with that framework in mind, I was asked to speak today a little bit about what Bechtel is doing in the energy transition space, the markets in which we are seeing investments being made, and some areas of consideration for Guyana when looking at meeting your own low carbon emission goals. So when Bechtel is approaching the energy transition, we took a holistic view, and we're focused in on 3 areas: our experience, sustainable execution, and a focus on innovations and emerging technologies. So allow me for just a moment to elaborate on our experience, just to establish a little bit of credibility here. Bechtel is an international construction company with over 120 years of experience. We've completed 26 hydrogen and compression plants in the last 15 years, designed over 66 metric tons per annum of post-combustion CO2 carbon capture projects to date. We've built more than 40 amine-based CO2 and hydrogen sulfide removal systems for liquefied natural gas plants, gas processing plants, and refineries. Over 15 waste-to-energy projects. We've delivered more than 26,700 megawatts of wind, solar, and hydroelectric projects. And we've delivered 1/3 of the global LNG capacity that has been built to date. So we are taking that experience and trying to navigate, both as a company, but also to help our clients navigate the energy transition, what it is, and how we should approach it. One of our largest focus areas is sustainable execution. And this is an area of opportunity for Guyana because, in my mind, sustainable execution is a very easy way to take any project, regardless of whether or not it is energy transition specific or more oil and gas focused, but any project, and have an immediate impact on lowering carbon emissions associated with that project. And I'll talk more about that later on. But what does sustainable execution look like? For us, it's master planning for net zero. It's about decarbonizing project design and delivery from the start. We've developed a proprietary strategic carbon assessment platform that allows us to calculate the cost and the impact of execution strategies that result in carbon, water use, and waste reduction, as well as tracking carbon reduction efforts. We use the platform because it assesses technologies as well as advanced design, technology, supply chain, construction, and operations data to provide predictive analysis of overall carbon reduction outcomes. So we use this data, and our customers use this data to build custom carbon and waste reduction solutions that allow them to confidently deliver on their decarbonization and economic targets. The platform is also enables our customers to compare the environmental and cost benefits and determine what impact these will have on the actual projection of the CO2 emission during a project's operations. It's also about implementing what we call circular approaches to project site management. And I'll talk about that in a little bit as well, the importance of what I call circular project economies and the immediate impact that it can have on both the local community and local content provision. It's about managing deployment of sustainable technologies and innovations for project delivery, transitioning local content programs to long-term sustainable economic development. Local content is something that we've heard repetitively here, and you'll hear me speak about it again later because it is absolutely essential to develop that local content base if we really want to have both an impact on the community and our reduction and a global carbon footprint. And again, you'll see what I mean by that in just 2 slides. With regards to innovations and emerging technologies, my colleague at Schlumberger said it pretty well. How do you know what technologies are the right ones for your project? There are so many of them that are out there. We've had to develop and dedicate a group of subject matter experts to just continually studying both current and innovating and upcoming technologies so that we can stay ahead of that particular question. And this is what Bechtel is doing as we approach energy transition. And this is where we think we can offer some support to Guyana. So this is something that should look very familiar. Pradeepa showed almost a very similar graphic earlier today. I want to shift focus to Guyana and more importantly, 2 prominent topics that we've repetitively heard about over the last few days, namely your desire to develop the oil and gas sector in order to set up the country for a prosperous economic future, and also your commitments to being a low carbon nation. And I want to echo some of the sentiments that have already been shared by others in saying that developing oil and gas projects and remaining committed to being a low carbon nation and meeting those commitments is absolutely possible, and it's necessary. As the Prime Minister of Barbados said on day one, net zero does not mean zero fossil fuels. We've heard others discuss the importance and the need for fossil fuels well into the future. So the question really is, how do we continue to develop these projects in a socially and environmentally sustainable way? And what energy transition opportunities exist to support both the oil and gas market and low carbon goals? So I do want to draw your attention to the low carbon development strategy once more. I won't talk about it at length because it's already been discussed. But I will say, if you have not had the opportunity to read the document, it is absolutely worth your time. And if you don't have a considerable amount of time, or if you perceive you don't have that much time, the executive summary is only 7 pages. It is definitely worth a read. It gives you a phenomenal overview of what Guyana is trying to do. So on this slide, what you'll see is a couple of areas on the perimeter. These are the markets in which we are seeing significant investment of late. These are also areas of opportunity for Guyana to consider. Hydrogen has already been talked about, so I'll leave that with my esteemed colleague from GE who spoke a bit earlier today. Renewables. So this is something that Guyana is already pursuing with the hydro project that was discussed earlier and the forthcoming hydro project that's expected to be announced in 2025. These are excellent opportunities for Guyana to diversify and bring in renewable energy into a time where that is crucial. But again, I'll reference back to my GE colleague. You have to have a base, and that base for Guyana is likely to be natural gas. There's a gas to energy project that is being developed that is going to be a significant impact on the way that the country is provided with energy in a low-cost manner, and more importantly, in a sustainable and reliable way. Once you have established your base, you can then bridge out into more renewable opportunities in a support role to your already anchored energy supply. So, talking about that combined cycle, and again, carbon capture has been mentioned, but it's important to note that if you take natural gas and you add through a combined cycle power plant and you add carbon capture onto that, what you've effectively done is created a clean energy source for yourself. And you've done so using fossil fuels. So again, it is not only possible, but it's necessary. So there are many opportunities for further exploration as far as pre and post carbon capture is concerned when it comes to implementing the gas to energy project. And I'm aware that many of these technologies and these design parameters are already being considered by Exxon and the government of Guyana. And so I just want to further encourage that activity. So once you actually have established your source of power generation, there's still a need to get that energy from from the source to the actual usage points along the way, which means that there's going to be a significant need for an upgrade to transmission and storage infrastructure within Guyana. And I know that this is something that has been acknowledged, and I believe that it's covered in the low carbon development strategy around the need for this infrastructure. Now, traditionally, these projects can be environmentally sensitive, but I'm going to give you an example here in just a moment around how you can implement a pipeline project in an environmentally friendly way. Because it is ultimately the goal here is to find a way to deliver reliable and sufficient energy to the population of Guyana and the industries that are already here. And we have to do that in a way that is sustainable and socially responsible. So to that end, and this is my last slide, but I want to share with you a bit of a case study on a project that we executed in the Republic of Georgia. Now, for reference, this is an expansion to the South Caucasus pipeline. We were adding an additional 54 miles of pipeline to their network. But what I want to highlight is what we call circular project economy. Now, what is that? It's an industrial system that produces little to no waste or greenhouse gases by design or intention. So what we did is we took 5 very purposeful steps and implemented them in the construction of this pipeline. Step 1, we sourced materials locally as much as possible. And again, I go back to the importance of local content, because being able to source material locally is really on the ability of the local community to provide that material and also on the government to support the development of the local community so that it can provide the material. And I don't mean just material, it also expands into labor and human resources. By sourcing materials locally, we were able to decrease delivery distances associated with the project, which ultimately reduced the fuel consumption of our vehicles and the associated carbon emissions. At the same time, we were able to promote and benefit the local economy. And again, this was along a 54-mile stretch of pipeline. The second step was we were able to condense waste. We were able to reduce the waste and transport required to landfills, and in doing so, again, we decreased the need for fuel consumption and the emissions associated with those heavy vehicles. We were able to convert waste into energy. We operated a biomass dryer and an incinerator to convert food waste into thermal energy, and in doing so, we decreased the need for diesel generators on site. We recovered our treated water. So I've heard a couple of times that Guyana is sort of either in drought or in flood. And so water conservation and being very cognizant of water usage is paramount when executing any of these upcoming projects that we've been discussing over the last several days. We operated a sewage treatment plant to recover that water, and we reused the treated water on site. And the water that we did not reuse, we released for local community use. And then the fifth thing that we did, we reused materials locally. So at the end of our construction, any material that we were not able to reuse, reduce, or recycle, we donated. We donated to the local community for use in local projects or for future use. So what did this result in? I'll give you just a couple of stats, some proof points to take away, and then I'll wrap up. We were able to save, on average, 371,316 gallons of fuel, which equates to removing nearly 700 cars from the road. We prevented an average of approximately 3,300 metric tons of emissions per year. We conserved an average of 100,000 gallons of water per year. That's enough to fill 1 million 12-ounce water bottles. We reduced 90% of food waste, equal to about 730,000 pounds or 365 tons of waste on average per year. And then again, we recovered, reused, and recycled 40% of our construction waste annually. Now, this is just one method, one option for approaching construction in a sustainable way. But I highlight it as an opportunity for Guyana. This is something that can be implemented now, today, on any of the projects, thereby reducing the carbon footprint of any of those projects, regardless of whether or not they're renewable or oil and gas based. So, with that, I just want to summarize by saying that there really is no one-size-fits-all approach to achieving decarbonization targets. Goals can be met by implementing a range of design, technology, and construction and operation solutions. Being able to accurately determine overall cost and benefit impacts when planning a project or a complex project design is key to executing a successful decarbonization program. Identifying optimum decarbonization measures requires knowledge of technological advances, the development of an action plan, the ability to build sustainably, delivering carbon-reducing assets integrated with policy and regulation landscape, and managing all of that cost-effectively. The GE gentleman said earlier, you can't be green if you're in the red, and I love that statement, and it's absolutely true. So everything that I'm mentioning here still has to be done in a way that makes economic sense for the project. The project still has to be economically viable. So as a company, our commitment is to help turn today's political and social momentum for energy change into a reality, and to work with our customers and clients around the globe and different host governments to ensure that our planet thrives for many generations to come. Thank you. Please go eat. Guy, you see that?
see that? Yeah, they're still here. They're still here. Yeah. You did an amazing job. You kept them here. Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you all for staying and receiving these presentations that came just before lunch. We really appreciate that. Just before you go, I want you to take Jeff's recommendation seriously and make your own trips to get stuff for your sons. If you don't have sons, then just get them for yourself, but do make the trips over there. We come back in an hour. It's now 25 to 2, so let's call that 2:30, right? That's my calculation now. Let's come back at 2:30, and if you see people, bring them along with you. This afternoon, we end early, just about 3:30, and at 4 o'clock, there's a book launching, book called El Dorado that's being launched at the Cara Lodge. And then the final networking event sponsored by CNOOC is on the Pegasus poolside at 5 this afternoon. And you should try your best to be at all of those events. See you in an hour. Thank you very much. 4 at the Georgetown Club if you're making time for that. And at 5 o'clock, we have the final networking event of this conference being held at the Pegasus poolside. And this evening is sponsored by CNOOC. And you're encouraged to come over there as well. Reminding you as well that we have our artisans still in the duty-free zone at the Benab, and you could take a walk down the street and try and give them as much support as you can. And the artisans also have some booths outside of the exhibition area in the parking lot. If you could go there and support them too, we'd be very grateful. So getting to the content for today, this morning we heard from John Ingram of GE, and he was really helping to give us a perspective on where natural gas fits in the mix as we go forward. Many people came after John, had ideas that overlapped as they talked about wind and hydro and solar. I think John had a unique approach to this that we found pretty interesting. We didn't have a chance for an exchange on it, but John is going to come back now. And as he promised this morning, he's going to get more specific about what the actual options for Guyana are from his and G's perspective. So help me welcome John, first speaker after lunch.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the dead zone, which is the first after lunch session of the last day. So I hope it will be interesting, and I'll continue a little bit from the session from this morning, giving you some more specific ideas now about Guyana itself. So hopefully we can share a little bit of our experience on this. I won't introduce myself again. So currently, what we face right now in Guyana is something that really typically in the region, I know it's not technically the Caribbean, but you see a lot of this across the region. Essentially, it's the technology that's been around since basically the Second World War, where you have reciprocating engines and heavy fuel oil. The impact of that is that you end up with a high electricity cost. You all now know that very well. Just a short story, I was going to Bahamas once, and I said I was coming for a power conference, and they said, I'll only let you in if you reduce my electricity bill. That was the customs officer. So it is something very important for the region, and we realize that low efficiency, high cost of fuel, imported fuels, and then the consequence of that is also that you end up with a low grid reliability. And that is something that we see across the region as well. And we experienced it on Tuesday. We experienced it today as well. I got stuck in the lift. So it is a big problem, and that hinders development, right? And that quality, the power quality is also an impediment for future renewables, for future renewable power. And so it makes it very difficult to grow your renewable power generation. And of course, the high environmental impact. I know a lot of people who can they've actually commented that they can smell the emissions just around here, the hotel. So you smell the sulfur in the air, and of course, carbon emissions. So that is a reality today. And I don't think it's wrong. That was the survival of how the region could go. HFO was the cheapest fuel for a long time. But now there's a gas revolution that brings in new possibilities. So we'll look a little bit at that. This is a chart that a lot of people who are familiar with the power sector knows it. It used to be called the duck chart because it looks a little bit like a duck, but basically it's looking at the net power generation in California and how you have a lot of solar, and at midday you have to generate very little power, but then at the end of the day you have to come in with a lot of power. And that's very difficult to manage the grids, to bring all that power in. Just to give an idea, I mean, we're talking about Guyana having a 300 megawatt power plant. This is 15,000 megawatts every day that has to be put on the grid and then taken off at night. So you can imagine the impact and how they have to deal with that. And that's because of renewables, right? So we used to call that the duck curve, but I think it's gone so high now, it's more like the giraffe curve. And so we say, welcome to the zoo, because They used to call it the camel, and now the duck, and now the giraffe. But anyway, it's technically very hard to do. And you have to do it because you have to allow solar, as it was mentioned today, solar is the cheapest power available. So you have to allow solar to generate, but you have to support it because otherwise at night, you're not going to have any, right? So this is a big challenge when you start integrating renewables into grid, right? So the key attributes for Guyana is, first of all, reliability and availability. This plant has to run 24/7, 365 days a year without failure. And it has to be highly reliable. And the proposed technology really is to use gas turbines from aviation. So General Electric has the aviation side, and we want to use those gas turbines to power the country, basically, and they're highly reliable. I mean, I spend days talking about reliability of the units, and then everyone happily goes to the airport, gets on a plane and goes home without discussing the reliability, because we know aviation is so reliable. And this is key for the country to have this reliable grid. It also has to do that load following. So to allow the solar power to come in during the day. Of course, Guyana is blessed because you have a lot of abundant solar power, but you also need to compensate that during the night. And it may be because you had hydrogen being produced during the day, but it may be that you're going to use the gas during the night. And so you have to balance this out and have it in a very smooth way so that you can bring that solar in, or even wind, right? I have examples of California with a 1,000 megawatt cloud. So that's just over 3 times the total amount of Guyana, which was reduced in power generation just because a cloud went over. So you can imagine what complexity that brings into the grid when you try to do that kind of operation, right? So of course that load following brings in the possibility of high penetration of renewables. So as I mentioned today, I think that the largest step for Guyana in emission reduction will be the introduction of natural gas. You will never have such a big reduction in a single movement after that. Of course, hopefully you'll get to zero, but the biggest reduction will be the introduction of natural gas. But that has to allow, it can't stop there. It has to allow for the penetration of renewables. It has to allow for wind. It has to allow for solar. That's an obvious path forward, right? And so the plant has to be designed with that in mind. It can't be designed as a stationary plant that will remain operating with gas all its life. It has to move forward. The next step is, of course, emissions and greenhouse gas generation. So I'm talking about local emissions. So of course, sulfur, things like NOx, which is, it basically causes the famous London fog, right? It's an urban pollution, which is a problem. And of course, gas turbines are much lower gas emissions. They're to standards of the Europe and the US. And greenhouse gas emissions, as I say, just moving to natural gas will take you at least a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And I think it's a huge opportunity for Guyana to lead the way in that. And finally, fuel flexibility. So fuel flexibility is a huge thing that has to be thought of in this application, right? Fuel flexibility for many reasons. So the gas coming in from offshore is relatively heavy gas. So it has components of ethane, propane, butane. Those will be stripped and they will be sold as liquids. But there is an event where maybe that crude gas can come directly to the power plant. So the power plant can't stop because of that. They can't say, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm out of spec, I black out, right? It has to be able to handle that shift. And sometimes that shift is not, known. I mean, it suddenly happens and the gas plant trips, and all of a sudden now you can't burn the treated gas, you have to burn the raw gas. So these turbines can do that. They can switch from one to another. And you have to be able to switch to diesel too. So all of a sudden you don't have gas, you have to be able to switch to diesel just to guarantee that security, that energy security for the country. And likewise, you go further. So we mentioned hydrogen today. So can you start blending hydrogen that maybe you're generating from excessive solar, right? Or can you start blending other gases? Or can you start blending ethanol? Things like that we've done already. So the fuel flexibility of this component is tremendously important. So these characteristics, I think, are fundamental for the planning of this new power future, which will allow you to take the first big step, but then continue forwards in that development, right? So I see this as a path. It's a path that has to be taken. So the first path, of course, you have 100% gas turbines running on gas, and that's going to give you the power for the country. As I said, that's the first big step, right? But then you continue forwards, and you continue forwards by integrating your solar and wind. Now you have a stable grid, and you can start integrating solar and wind. So you start bringing renewables. I will mention a little bit further on the case of Hawaii, specifically the island of Kauai, which is the highest solar penetration in the world right now. And they're at that stage, right? They're not at the end yet, they're at that stage. So the highest solar penetration in the world is not there 100% yet. And they have 124% solar power on the island. So that means they have 124% capacity compared to the grid demand, right? They have a lot of solar, and they still manage it in what I would call stage 2, right? Stage 3 is when you start bringing in, so this is what Kauai is looking at now, you start bringing in batteries, you start bringing in other supports, so you can extend the use of that solar power during hours of the night, or at least during your peak demand in the afternoon. So you have, you can have hydrogen, you can have batteries, you can have stored hydro, you have various ways of storing that energy so that you can use it in further hours. That's the step that Kauai is beginning to take now. So they're beginning to stretch the sun, if you will, to more hours, right? And then finally, you might come to a point where you can do away with it and you can be completely on renewables. But as we will see from the example of Kauai, the gas turbines are still fundamental to keep grid stability, okay? You can't operate a grid that's not stable, and that is fundamental to do so. So this has to be seen as a path. It has to be seen as an event that will take many, many years. So the first step has to be taken, but then it has to be seen as something that has to move forward in the future, and this is very important. You can't want to go to the last step directly. That always fails. You can't go to that step directly. You have to move there in steps, okay? So looking at the future, hopefully this power plant, of course, bringing this gas from offshore will certainly lower costs, will bring in the possibility of having a high efficiency, state-of-the-art power plant. So we're above 54% thermal efficiency. Of course, the lower cost of gas will bring a big difference to the cost of electricity, because now you're talking about local gas, which is coming in and being produced in the country, and lower maintenance costs, because these gas turbines require much less maintenance, and so that's why they become more reliable as well. The grid also has to be looked at very carefully. Of course, it's a lot of power, so now it has to be delivered. The grid here has been just growing from its original conception, and now it has to, this is a lot of power, so it has to be planned, and there has to be what we call a coordination and selectivity project, which is really to make sure that you have a grid that if you have a failure in one neighborhood, it knocks out that neighborhood and not the whole grid. What happens right now, I know because I was here a year ago and a truck hit a post and the whole country comes down. So you have to have this sort of planning to do that. And of course, that stable grid is important not only for the renewables that come in, but also for the maintenance of the costs. So it's, your light bulbs are not flickering, your fridge is not burning out, your air conditioning is not burning out because of that stable grid, right? And certainly last but not least is the environmental impact. So reducing substantially the emissions, reducing substantially greenhouse gas emissions and local pollutants is fundamental to move forwards. So a few of the case studies, which I think will be a good example, or I think applicable technologies or applicable sites that we've seen. I mentioned Bahamas. So this is a project that we did in Bahamas. This was installed in January 2020, so quite recently, just pre-COVID. And the colorful charts there is there are several days. Each little square is a 4-second frequency average. And as you can see, each square is a different color. That means your frequency is going up and down. That is a little bit like trying to drive down a big highway and it's absolutely full and you're trying to maintain 60 kilometers an hour, except the highway is full and you're crashing into the car in front of you or someone is crashing into you behind. And that's how, on average, you keep to 60 kilometers an hour, right? You just keep hitting everyone. And that causes a lot of damage for the power generators, but it also causes a lot of damage for the users, right? And that makes it impossible to integrate solar. As I mentioned earlier, the average life of a solar project in the Bahamas was 3 months. In 3 months, the whole system would burn out. It would burn out the inverters, it would burn out the batteries. So the biggest supporter of this project that we did in the Bahamas were actually the solar power guys, because they said, we can't do anything with this grid. You have to firm the grid before we can do anything. And this is the grid after the turbine was running, right? And you can see it's absolutely stable. It is a little high or a little low, but that doesn't matter. What matters is it's absolutely stable. And then everyone, so this is like, you're now going down the highway and everyone has adaptive cruise control and everyone is going at the same speed and you're watching the distance from the guy in front of you and everyone is cruising down the speed without hitting each other, right? This is fundamental for solar. Solar needs this, right? And so that's the difference. This was on, just to give an example, the ones on the left are February 8, 9, 10, and 11 of 2020. The one on the right is February 12, 13, and 14. So that's a week, right? It's following a week and you can see the difference. So I could tell from my cell phone, I could tell from a distance if the turbine was running or not, just by looking at these charts. Okay, so that is, I think, a very powerful example. And this turbine was only 20% of the grid. 80% of the grid was still old HFO recips, right? This was 20% of the grid, and you can see the effect that it had on the grid to stabilize it. The other case is, so Kauai, as I mentioned before, so Kauai is today the largest solar penetration in the world. They have 124% solar penetration. And you can see the quote below. I'm not sure if you can read it from there, but the quote is actually from the chief operating officer of Kauai Electric. And he said, we've added a synchronous condensing capability to that aeroderivative gas turbine, which is very critical to our ability to operate at 100% renewable. By Brad Rockwell, the chief operating officer, okay? So what they did, they had this turbine there. That turbine's been there for 20 years. But now it's turned into a machine that supports solar. So what they do is they shut it down at 10 in the morning. But the generator part, which is, you can see on the right side of the turbine, that's the generator part, that remains spinning and that remains on the grid controlling frequency. You're not wasting fuel, you're not spending fuel, but it's still running, controlling frequency. And then at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, when the sun's going down, they flip it on again. So this one turbine in 2010, it started up 4 times in 2010. That's all. It ran pretty much flat out all year. In 2019, it started up 365 times. Why? Because every day it had to switch on and off. And this is what the giraffe curve or the duck curve, as you will, following the load. So Kauai has the highest solar penetration in the world, and you have there the COO saying the only way to do it was like this. And similarly, we have countless examples doing this kind of thing. And a similar size grid, right? It's no good going to the US and saying, oh, I'm doing solar in the US, but that's a 300,000 megawatt grid. It's not comparable. What's difficult is to do this in smaller grids, in grids from 50 to 500 megawatts. When you get to big islands like Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico, it's much easier because you have more machines on the grid and it's easier to control. These smaller grids are challenging, and that's where we come in with a lot of this. And finally, Exxon's FPSOs, which are currently operating offshore. The largest one that just came into operation about a month ago actually has 6 of these turbines on board, and that's what powers the FPSO. So that is what powers the whole production for the country. So if there's any doubt about the technology, then this isn't going to work either. So you're not going to have gas anyway. And FPSOs use this because it's so reliable and so important. So Of course, Exxon is a huge GE customer. They have hundreds of FPSOs around the world with fortunately hundreds of our turbines. But the reason they use this is because it's so flexible and so reliable to use offshore. Right. So I think those are just some examples of things that we've done that help you visualize a little bit the future of how Guyana should move forwards. And I'll just finish by using a quote from one of my favorite authors, Joseph Campbell, where he says, "We don't have to face the adventure alone, for the heroes of all times have gone before us. The labyrinth is thoroughly known." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, John, for this second part of your presentation that really helps us to understand how we should be sequencing some of the development from where we are to 100% renewables. That's really illuminating. But I only have two simple questions. First one, what did you tell the customs officer in Guyana? So you didn't have to give them the same story as Bahamas. Okay, that's the first thing I want to clear up. The second question is this. Do you think that somehow these things are arranged specially for you, like you get into the lift and we get a blackout? Last time you came to the country, a guy hit a pole. But clearly you're good at this stuff. You all guys know something over there at G, because we had no blackout, you get in the lift, we got a blackout. We had no blackout, you came, guy hits a pole. This coincidence. It couldn't just be that. Thanks a lot, John. Really insightful. And thank you for both of your presentations today. We're going to move on now to talk a little bit about the investment climate in Guyana and the outlook. Quite a number of the projects we've been talking about over the last 3 days do require different levels of investment. That's one thing. But the other thing is that the downstream benefits of fixing energy is that we create new opportunities for investments. And so we have the benefit of having the head of Guyana's Office for Investment, Dr. Peter Ramsaru, to make a presentation now. Peter.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to welcome folks to Guyana. I know we have both local and foreign investors sitting in the room. It's an exciting time for us. And I made a statement last night at the opening of a joint venture that the president and I were at, that Guyana future has arrived. We are here and you are here to help us make firm those arrangements for its arrival. We don't have to predict what Guyana will look like anymore. We have outlined our initiatives and what we will do over the next 4 or 5 years, over the next decade, in developing our nation. I remember my great-grandmother, we call her Nanny. We had went to her house in Mahaika, which is a couple 25 miles from here. And we told her we want to bring her latrine into the house. And I remember as a young kid, my grandmother Nanny looked at us like, why would you want to do that? And now today, you will not build a house without a latrine in every room. Your kids want their own toilet. Before folks did not want to come to Guyana, we were not as attractive as we are today. We are attractive in so many areas that, I want us to just take a look. And what are the foundations really of a good investment climate? One is, the president and the vice president spoke about that this week, is democracy. Is the foundation of an investment outlook, accountability and transparency, a macro stable economic environment. We have provided that. I tell investors, if you want to know where Guyana is going, study the 2022 budget. You don't have to speculate anymore. I think the president used those terms about what Guyana is going to look like. If you look across the world, if you're going from 120,000 barrels to 340,000 barrels to 540 to 750 to 1 million. You can actually know every year what is going to happen to us. So your role is to figure out where you fit. Catch our president's vision and you will see those investment opportunities come to fruition. You know, why Guyana? You know, you hear it all this week. It is not just about Guyana. I called it, it's our term, the El Dorado corridor. You know, when you look at northern Brazil, you look at Guyana, you look at Suriname, French Guyana, even eastern Venezuela, the opportunities abound. You know, some folks tell me when we look at Guyana, 750,000, you know, 83,000 square miles, you know, where do I fit? It is a larger corridor that we're looking, and you know, most of the speakers spoke about the energy corridor. And, you know, as you listen to some of the announcements this week that were made in terms of what our modernization projects are, again, it's not just about the oil and gas, and our outlook in Guyana is using the oil and gas as an enabling factor, but our future is a lot more than that. You know, and from the investments perspective, you've got CARICOM. We have a lot of bilateral treaties around the world, and I'll get into some details here. But ultimately, what we are building is global partnerships. You're here because we know we cannot do it ourselves. Is building that global partnership, increasing competitiveness. You know, we went to 2 openings yesterday. The president, you know, had a press conference with a large machine fabrication in support of the oil industry. In the morning, we went last night to another one. The competitiveness and the openness in our business environment is what we are looking for. So there are significant opportunities there. What our government is trying to do is make sure the ease of business is there also. We're looking at, you know, single window opportunities. So you're not just, you know, coming and registering your company. You know, how do you get your TIN number? The whole single window when you apply for building permits, the banking system. We're looking at regulations across all sectors. How do we take out a sentence in this regulation, a sentence in that regulation, so that the ease of doing business is much better? We are going towards that. You heard the last presentation talk about cheaper energy. We heard our Minister of Natural Resources talk about, you know, the future of an integrated energy solution. So we are moving, and that brings significant opportunities, as the host said a few minutes ago. If you look at the national projects, you know, when you think of the bridge that was already done to Brazil, when you look at us bridging the Quarantine River, when you look at us building the Deepwater Harbor, when you look at the gas to shore, and what is that infrastructure? Why is our president's vision and implementation and execution so big on infrastructures? Because as you build as a nation, you build that infrastructure, the prosperity and the down effects that comes with that becomes very, very critical to our people. And the infrastructure projects brings about that change. The modernization is really modernizing, you know, our known industries. Energy, I don't have to speak about energy. You've heard it throughout this conference. That, in my mind, if you're thinking, I wonder what Guyana will look like 2 years plus from now when we have 50% reduction in energy, and should I come into Guyana to do manufacturing? You're already too late. You have to start now looking at what you will do with cheaper energy. How would you compete? How do we expand? We know we're gonna have a lot of vertical infrastructure going up with the new Silica City. The president has announced with all of the new hotels that we are proposed. The construction industry is gonna be significant. And in our budget, again, we outlined quite a few of that. One of the big sector that our president is focusing on, and he spoke about this in his presentation on Monday, is agriculture. Guyana survived over the decades on agriculture, rice, sugar, other industries with bauxite and cash crops and outlining areas. What are we gonna do with the oil money? We're gonna enable these industries. We're gonna modernize our known industries to make it better and efficient. When our president says we wanna own 25% of CARICOM bill. CARICOM bill right now is in the billions, over $5-6 billion every year, buying food from outside of Guyana. In the days of the cruise ships prior to COVID, 2 747 land in St. Martin from Thailand with bananas and oranges and many other things. Imagine Guyana has the land to produce that. If we're going to own 25% of that bill, it is not just but growing more food, but it's the logistics, the supply chain, the air cargo, the ship cargo, those from Trinidad. What if we had the ships that go from Trinidad to Tobago? What if I can drive my canter on in Guyana and get off in Barbados? The Prime Minister talked about domestic travel, opening up the borders, and I can offload, a canter worth of goods. What does that do to both our economies in the Caribbean and Guyana? So that alone, I think is a very important aspect to think of the agriculture sector. And as we get cheaper energy, agro-processing, imagine instead of us selling a pineapple for $2.50, you're selling a can of pineapples for $5, $6. If you go to Miami International Airport to buy a little bag of bananas, the dry bananas is $4 or $5 US. We've got thousands of fresh fruits and vegetables that we don't know what to do with it. So the opportunities exist significantly in agro-processing, and we've got to put our energy in utilizing our cheaper energy, utilizing or enabling factors of new financial capacity to modernize these known industries. The technologies are not a big arena. We have a very solid young workforce that are looking for opportunities. We had a building in one of our regions recently that was set up for a call center. I met with an operator who said they can take that building and hire 200-300 people. Within 2 months, he had hired 150, moving to 300. He's doing back office processing here in Guyana. In some of our back office processing, we do Uber, we do Amazon, we do Walmart, we do many major areas here. So you're out there in the business world, your company is outsourcing to providers paying significant money. Those things could be outsourced to us in Guyana. The ICC sector, we're putting a lot of effort into it. We have a liberalization of the Telecommunication Act. So we're looking for new telecom companies. We're looking for cheaper bandwidth, and we're looking for technology providers. So as you go back and you meet with your counterparts around the world, Guyana is open for business. We're excited about the opportunities. We understand the relationship with FDI and local development. We understand the need for technology transfer and for opportunities to build together. Tourism, what you'll see, and I know you're stuck in the hotel, but you miss out a good opportunity to see Guyana next year on the 14th of February when this conference is held again. I hope you're bringing your spouse, your girlfriend, your boyfriend as part of the package, and you get them to be excited. Guyana was voted the best ecotourism in the world. We are looking for joint packages. The Prime Minister of Barbados have talked about it. Minister of Tourism is pushing this. Imagine spending 3-4 days on the beach and 2 days in the jungle. It is a beautiful, you go to some parts of Guyana, and I've traveled to 70+ countries in the world. I am fascinated every time I travel around Guyana that right here in our country, we've got the most beautiful waterfalls, we've got the most beautiful terrain. One day I got off a cruise ship in Barbados, and I saw a lot of the folks dressing up in safari outfits. And they said they were going up the mountains of Barbados. I'm thinking, okay, what if I bring you into the jungles of Guyana and show you, potentially you can see a jaguar. I don't know, no anacondas, but you never know. So tourism is a big one. So I'm inviting you next year when you come to the conference, bring your spouses. We have an expression of interest, RFI out right now. We're looking for large operators for ecotourism. We're looking at significant incentives to give operators a chance to develop our areas. We're going to put a lot of money in infrastructure in developing our ecotourism. And I think the president outlined some of our specifics in terms of our bird species, our animal species. And our investment tax regime is very lucrative, right? You can repatriate your profits. You right now could own land in Guyana. We have passed a local content legislation that outlines more joint ventures, more local content approach, but we're all open for those discussions to make things better for you and doing business in Guyana. I've got a brochure on our desk downstairs in the Marriott lobby that gives our 55 this last year We celebrate our 55th year of independence. We describe 55 areas for investment. It's just not limited. There are a lot of incentives the government is willing to give. In the hotel industry, we had put out the need for 2,000 new rooms. We got proposal for 5,000. We've got 5 or 6 hotels this year that will be started. Some have already been started. You know, you're going to have the Hyatt Place next time you come. You're going to see a Four Point Sheraton. You're going to see a Marriott AC, all happening. A Marriott Courtyard at the airport, all happening this year. So it is rapidly moving ahead. And I leave you with this message. Guyana is ready for your investment. We're ready for you to be part of our development. You know where we're going. It is going to be it is the leading country in the region. Imagine a deep water harbor connect to Brazil. You imagine 30,000 18-wheelers passing through Guyana. To get the water right now in Brazil, it takes 72 hours almost from northern Brazil to take their goods to water. Turn that container around through Guyana is less than 24 hours. It's a value proposition. It's been on the books for a while. This is the time you're going to see it happen. Guyana is on the move. We are accelerating development. We are excited with it. We treat every investor fairly, honestly, accountable. There's no underhand work. Everything we do is transparent, is on the books. You get a chance to be part of it. With that, I welcome you to Guyana again, and I hope to see you soon. And if any of you are interested in understanding a little more about their investment climate is looking like and what we can do for you, please feel free to stop by our Go Invest booth downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for presenting Guyana in such a passionate and enthusiastic way. And I hope that some who heard you aren't waiting for next year, but they're taking advantage of the opportunities we're providing tomorrow, so that those who are not in B2B conversations or B2G conversations tomorrow are taking advantage of the opportunity to sample the tourism product. I can't let pass, though, the reaction you got, Peter, when you said that when they come on the 14th of February next year, they must bring boyfriends, girlfriends, husband, and wives. I have a feeling that some people were trying to use that as an excuse to say that, well, you know, they couldn't do stuff coming out here, but you took the moral high ground and told them to bring husbands and wives. And I really respect you for that. I probably was encouraging some slackness with my approach. Seriously though, Peter, and the 2 things. One, he showed you a map that gave you a view of the investment space that's greater than 83,000 square miles. That's a significant thing. And then he supported that with an example of turning around container truck, going from northern Brazil to water through Guyana. And to me, those 2 things set the context for our next presenter, who is from Brazil. He is the Director of Planning in their Ministry of Energy and Mines, and he's going to talk a little bit about their own path to the development of renewables, what strategies they've been using. And just bear with us. We have some technical challenges with this particular presenter. We're trying to work them through. And so we beg your patience on this. He really wanted to be here. He got selected late and couldn't find a route to Guyana that was on the 24 hours. So that please bear with us as we try to bring him on now. So I give you Dr. Andre Osorio from Brazil.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Is everyone listening to me? Everyone listen to me, please. Presentation, please.
We can hear you.
Does everyone listen to me?
Go ahead, please.
The presentation, please. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I thank the government of Guyana for the opportunity for Brazil to participate in this important event, and I greet all the participants. We have a lot of collaborate with Guyana. I tried to split this presentation in a way to present the positive agenda that the Ministry of Mines and Energy has been working with regarding renewable energy. As you know, the road is going to more of or less accelerated process of energy transition, and this process already has and will increasingly have impacts of all range of our individual countries and for the whole international community. Next slide, please. This is the agenda that they will address in the presentation. Next, please. Okay, we have to escape from the issue of the energy transition, which are already on the central aspect in the formulation of national development strategies and in international insertion profile of each country. It is already affecting trade and investment partners, infrastructure, development and integration, research and development cooperation, and the road of work itself. It is also very clear that each country will experience this process in a particular way, depending on the environment of natural and human resource, the profile of the energy matrices, the level of technological development, the financial resource available, and so on. And how is Brazil positioned? Okay, next. On this slide, we can see how Brazil is positioned in some markets in the production of oil, biofuels, installed capacity of electric energy, and mining. Okay, the success of the global energy transition will greatly depend on the use of all viable technologies and sources in order to address the need to comprehensively reduce CO2 emissions. The Brazilian approach handles a wide range of clean energy, bioenergy, hydro, solar and wind, nuclear energy, in addition to low carbon fossil sources, such as natural gas, and disruptive technologies such as hydrogen, where are making a very interesting progress in Brazil. Not to speak about hybrid solution, as in electric fuels and energy efficiency and demand side management, network digitalization, flexibilization, carbon capture methods, among all the dimensions, are still critical minerals for the energy transition, in which we have huge potential. The next, please. Several countries, include Brazil, proposed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 at the Leaders Summit on Climate, which has been in last year. For this, the energy transition must continue to gain space on the international agenda. This is a very important theme that involves not only energy, but geopolitics, economy, environment, climate, multilateralism, and therefore the future of humanity. Next, please. How they own 175 gigawatts, the capacity installed are allocated in Brazil. Role of hydropower plants lost a little potential, but not the importance in meeting growing electric energy needs with the vast national hydro potential. The still unexplained hydro potential has been increasingly difficult to use, mainly due to difficulties in environmental licensing. The result of this is that the hydro energy supply is not able to follow the rate of growth in demand for energy in Brazil, which has caused a gradual loss of hydropower in the headquarters. Meanwhile, new sources and technology have emerged. Also renewable to meet the demand of electric energy such as bioenergy, wind energy, and solar energy. Please. In this slide, we highlight the increase in the participation of the centralized PV, solar, and the shore wind sources. With regard to solar energy and wind, the success of using it for electric generation is a combination of factors. The font is no longer new in Brazil. We have overcome the initial phase of implementation for the first projects, and has been consolidating and maturing this process to relatively little time. Another important factor in this competitiveness of solar and wind. Please. Currently, 85% of the Brazilian electrometrics is clean and renewable, and we will seek to maintain on or even increase this percentage in the next 10 years, and at the same time to diversify your metrics. For comparison purpose, the participation of renewables in the road electrical metrics is 28%. With the technological advance of solar and wind sources associated with the ground drop of energy production costs generated by these sources, they have become essential for energy transition. Please. Please. Important to mention that the 10 years energy expansion plan is one of the main planning instruments of the minister, and reflects planning for the electric, energy, oil, gas, and biofuel sector for the next 10 years. In this slide, we show that the renewable of the energy and the electricity metrics will remain high in the next 10 years. Please. With the reduction in the hydroelectricity participation being compensated by the growth of wind and solar sources, as well as a growth in the participation of renewable sources in self-production and distributed electricity generation for 8% to 11%. Okay. As to the diversification of your electrical metrics, I would like to underline the role that onshore wind energy has been playing. Our winds, for example, are the best in the world for electric energy production, and the potential of the onshore wind is almost 4 times higher than our current electrometrics. Wind power is today the second source of electric energy in Brazil, as you can see the graphic above, with more than 8,500 wind generated and more than 720 wind parks. Our energy grows more and more every day, and so will occupy a primary place in the metrics. Wind is a success story of Brazil. 10 years ago, we had less than 1 gigawatt, and today we have more than 20 gigawatts of installed capacity. Please. In the 10 years energy expansion plan, it is estimated that just over 17 gigawatts of natural gas thermal plants should be installed between 2020 and 2031 throughout the territory, and sometime that's more than 60 gigawatts of renewables should be set in your metrics, with highlight for photovoltaic, with increase of your 36 gigawatts, and wind power with over 10 gigawatts. Please, this slide present. The next, please. Okay, this slide is present investment expectation for the next 10 years. The investment add up to $600 billion. Please, please. To work with the results we see having and all the effort to overcome the big obstacles and challenges that time ahead, the action guarantees the pillar of energy planning based of respect of contracts, coherence, and regulatory stability and dialogue with society, always aiming the public interest. For the action to be successful in the essential to establish an efficient governance system on the strategic, technical, operational, and structural level. Finishing, based on again that our country has a rich of energy resource that many times exceed the estimate to total energy demand for the coming years. I have talking a lot of your time saving that there is a great diversity of the most traditional renewable sources. We will continue with a large participation of hydro, PCH, and biomass, wind and solar sources will expand steadily. And there are still clean and less traditional sources that are receiving great attention for their feasibility, such as solid urban waste, offshore wind, and hydrogen. Thank you very much.
Well, we thank Dr. Osorio for that presentation. There were some challenges with the technology, I'm sure you noticed, and clearly some challenges with his connection, his accent, but I guess the slides there were pretty clear. And they were, in a sense, some significant overlaps with some of the stuff that John from G was talking about to us in his presentations today. And so that was a useful contribution to that section of the discourse. And well, we've come to what's really the final over. And the quality of the final over is really a quality of the game. If you've had a good game, then it all comes down to the final over. When it comes down to the final over, you're set for something pretty exciting. And I think that would be a good analogy for what we're about to partake in. Given the that I've been using this cricket metaphor for 3 days, I just thought I'd stick with it. And we're going to try and do a review of a range of subjects that have come up over the last 3 days, a range of views. We've had a lot of unanimity of ideas, but then we've also had significant points of divergence. And that's useful for the conversation as we go forward. But it's not my job to really pull that together, thankfully. It's the job of more outstanding people. So I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Vikram Bharat, to take his seat up here. And I'm going to ask Alistair Rutledge, the President of ExxonMobil Guyana, to take his seat up again. And then we're going to ask our good friend, Dr. Christian Cattels from Harvard to moderate this panel. You see, they had to bring somebody bright, right?
3 days that we've had. Some of you will stay for tomorrow for future meetings or more meetings. What we wanted to do is really to try to take a little bit stock, what have we achieved, revisit some of the key themes that we've heard, and there are too many to do justice to all of them, so we pick out a couple of them. And then at the end, what we also want to do is to look out a little bit and see, what might happen after this conference. What can we look forward to? But first of all, Alex, I don't play cricket. I'm from Germany. I play soccer or football. But let me try to stick with your scorecard, because I think it's important that we put that scorecard in front of ourselves. So to remind ourselves, what we've had here over the last couple of days, we had more than 820 delegates coming to Guyana for this conference. We had delegates from more than 25 countries coming to Guyana for this conference. Among those, 5 official delegations that came and had official visits to the country. We had more than 120 exhibitors that were showing their products and their services to us here out in the tent and throughout the hotel. And of course, we had 4 heads of state visiting and coming in us and sharing with us really substantial remarks on the first day. We also, throughout the program, had the presence of some of the most the global CEOs of some of the leading companies in the energy field. Darren Woods from ExxonMobil. We had Bob Dudley, one of the large names in this industries for many years. We also had John Hess. He was just sitting there and listening, but an important player also in Guyana. And last but not least, I think we've seen enormous contributions from the government, from the cabinet here over the last couple of days. So I think that's actually worth a round of applause just to start us off on this session. So I talked about the achievements, and I know, Minister, that the government had high ambitions for this conference, and many things have happened over the last couple of days. Hopefully, one more will happen as a result. What were your favorites in terms of, these are things that I really look back towards and think this was a key achievements that we had throughout these 3 days?
Thank you. And I think myself and Alistair is given the task that many people try to run away from. That is the closing over, or the closing overs. But at the end of the day, all good things must come to an end. However, I believe, Alex, that we had, it's almost as though we had a T20 match in 3 days, over a span of 3 days, excitement after excitement. And we would have seen that in the positivity, and in the Caribbean, we say the vibes of our delegates, our participants, our exhibitors, our cabinet members, our president himself. And tomorrow, of course, we'll have that soup over. I think you said it even better than I could. We had we have over 800 delegates participating in this conference. We had, I think it's over 1,500 persons visiting the booths in the exhibition site. So I must say that it was a great opportunity for Guyana to be showcased. I'm sure there's a lot of people, and in fact, I met a lot of people who are here for the first time, right? And almost every single one of them is impressed with what they would have seen, with what they would have heard, not only from us in the government, but the private sector, from the stakeholders, the oil and gas companies, and many other investors who came from across the world. You mentioned 25 different countries. So it really showcases Guyana. But I just want to quickly make one point before I hand it back over to you, that this conference wasn't an oil and gas conference. That is an important point. I know it was an energy conference, but I want to say it showcased the opportunities that we have in Guyana. It showcased the opportunities not only in the oil and gas sector. There's so many other opportunities as a result of the booming oil and gas sector now. For example, agriculture. For too long, we've been saying that Guyana is the breadbasket of the Caribbean. We always had that potential. And now is the time I think we can realize that potential of being truly the breadbasket of the Caribbean.
Thank you, Minister. Alistair, you and your company have become part of the history of Guyana. You're shaping the history of this country. I know it's also shaping your history. You know, it now becomes part of where you're going. What's the significance of an event like this? You know, if you step back a little bit and see how's the evolution of this industry in this sector in Guyana.
Thanks, Christian. Well, I feel like we're the tail end batsman, you know, and you're the fast bowler, so we're in trouble. To me, I mean, first and foremost, what a wonderful conference and exhibition to feel the energy after 2 years of COVID and to have so many people at a conference safely. You know, thank goodness that Omicron has passed. You know, the number of people you can see, not just in this hall, but in the hallways, in the exhibition space, the interactions that we've enjoyed over the last few days. I mean, it's wonderfully stimulating. I mean, just the human energy that we've been able to experience over the last few days. So, I mean, thanks to the organizers, thanks to the government for putting their, you know, energy behind ensuring this happened. Because it really has been a tremendous opportunity. I've enjoyed that opportunity to get back to some degree of normality and seeing people in person again. To your question of history, absolutely. You know, I think we've talked about the future, we've talked about the present, and we've talked about history. I think it was Peter said, we're not talking about the future in Guyana anymore. It's the present. The transformation, the change, the opportunities are here today. And that's what we heard clearly through the course of the presentations. We've seen in action. I mean, not just in the presentations in this room or in the exhibition hall, but some of the announcements that have come along with this exhibition and conference too. I mean, number of new partnerships, new investments that have taken place and been announced or celebrated this week. It just goes to show the future is actually happening now. The foundations are being created or happening now, and the future is bright. I mean, this is energy. It's not, as you said, it's not just an oil and gas conference. This is an energy conference, and it's about the future of the country. And indeed, there's a regional aspect, I think, which is important. And that was very clearly stated, as you said, by the visiting heads of state, that there are some important aspects to this, some challenging aspects to the energy transition that we face. History is starting to be written around that. There are a lot of tensions in the energy transition. And those issues are being put on the table, and that's the benefit of a conference like this. We get some really bright people. We get the different perspectives brought to the table. We get to talk about them and wrestle with them.
I think, you know, exactly as you said, I think being in one room, it's much more fun. That's just the reality of it. But it also allows much more openness. And I think, you know, that's one of the aspects that we had here. There were, as the Prime Minister of Barbados said, you know, difficult dialogue to be had about the integration of oil and gas exploration and use on the one hand, and sustainable development on the other hand. So, you know, to maybe dig into a little bit and revisit some of the key themes that came out. Certainly for me, I think one of the key issues that we discussed many times throughout the program was in fact, how do we balance that tension? Not neglect it, but manage it, rather than say there is a black or white answer. You know, there is the global pressure to decarbonize our economies. At the same time, there is also very clearly a need for more energy to manage this transition in the right way. There is a national ambition, which is going back many years to build a very sustainable economy and the contribution that Guyana is going to make, but also a national need to build that type of reliable, accessible energy for your country. Now let's talk a little bit about the low carbon development strategy, because I think this really articulates the government's view on how you want to deal with that type of tension. We talked on the first day about the international discussion. Is this message coming through that Guyana is really trying to combine these two things as it moves forward, using energy, building energy in terms of fueling its growth, but at the same time, not going back from its commitment to sustainability.
You know, it's a conversation that we cannot shy away from. As time goes on, the conversation would even intensify. And it's something that we need to face up to as a nation and as a world together, because this is something that affects the entire world, if I may say so. However, I want to make it very clear that in our plan as a government and as a country, we intend to balance the extraction of natural resources with that of the preservation and protection of the environment, lowering carbon emission. And we already have a plan which was highlighted very eloquently by His Excellency, President Ali, Vice President, Prime Minister even today, would have elaborated on our plan to cut carbon emission. And mind you, I want to say to our brothers and sisters here who are not from Guyana, that Guyana is already a carbon sink country. Guyana is already, as a matter of fact, we are in the negative. 86% of Guyana is covered in forests. 86% of that. At one point in time, I was a little worried that our production in the forestry sector was very low, because based on keeping our deforestation rate below 0.05%, we are allowed to only cut 1.2 million cubic of wood per year. We have never reached 50% of that target. And I used to think that, you know, that is not good for economy, but today we are seeing that maybe it was a blessing, because today we have 18.3, I think, million hectares of standing forests. Our forest, I think, is the size of the United Kingdom. Our forest alone, 86%. I think the only country that is higher than that is Suriname, which is 92%. So we are already living up to our responsibility of ensuring, and I like to put it simple, we are already living up to our responsibility of saving the world, of providing clean air, clean oxygen for our people. And we will continue to do so with our carbon mix, with, as you mentioned, the low carbon development strategy. And I want to say too that the low carbon development strategy was not developed to stop exploration activities. It was not developed to stop mining or forestry. It was developed to highlight what Guyana can provide to the world, what we have to offer to ensure that we cut emission, to ensure that our biodiversity is kept intact, and also to say that, you know what, since we, a small country like Guyana, is playing our part in saving the world, and the world wants us to keep our forests intact. Now, there are many Guyanese in the forestry sector. There are about 50,000 Guyanese that depend on that sector. So if we're going to keep our forests intact, then what is the alternative? What are the alternative livelihood for people, especially the indigenous people who are mostly into the forestry activities? So the LCDS basically is a crafting the way as to how Guyana can benefit too from our standing forests, because we want to keep our forests standing, but at the same time, our people must benefit from some kind of economic activity too. So it is the question of what is the alternative? What is the alternative? With our energy mix, and the LCDS speaks elaborately about our energy mix, we would have highlighted it at this conference, and we would have heard presenters after presenters speaking about solar, about gas, about wind. And Guyana, we already are moving towards that. It is not a plan. It is not a pipe dream. We have already started work on our gas to energy project. Now, our gas to energy project, and I think a presenter mentioned it today, will cut our emissions significantly. I think he mentioned that it will be the largest cut in emission in the world. Because presently we are generating electricity using HFOs, and we know the emission from that. The gas to energy power plant will replace that. So not only will our people benefit from cheap electricity, reliable electricity, but it will be clean electricity. And that is what is key. But we are not stopping there because we see gas as a transition energy. We are not stopping there. And Winston would have highlighted today the Milo Falls Hydro Project. The Milo Falls Hydro Project will give us 165 megawatts renewable energy added to the 250 net megawatts that we will get from the gas energy power plant. And as our country develop, of course, there will be the demand for energy will increase. It obviously will increase. And we're not even stopping there too, because we would have seen presentation, the Amanda is there, on our solar farms. We are proposing, or we are working towards generating almost 50 megawatts through solar energy. We have seen the wind farm presentation. So we already have a plan as to how we are going to transition from fossil heavy fuel into the transitional gas and then into renewable. We have already made a commitment that we will cut our emission even further, even though it's net zero, and we will reduce the use of fossil at least in another 15, 20 years from now. That will be reduced significantly. I want to add one other thing about the gas energy project that I saw in a presentation today. In the presentation, it said, I think it was Dr. Sharma's presentation, that we are using, or we have spent in 2021, $150 million on fuel for power generation. Imagine when the gas energy project is fully operational, we will save that. We will save that. And that is important to our economy. That is important to growing the non-oil sector too. Added to that, as I mentioned yesterday, the amount of jobs, opportunities, the value added industry will grow. And this is what Guyana would have needed a long time now. This is something that we would have needed a long time now. That is why I like to say it is the game changer. It is the single project that will transform our economy. And I must, before I hand it to, I must commend our partners, Alistair and his team, because they have been working with us on this project. I know we have a very ambitious timeline because we want to deliver this project as fast as possible. And then in the whole context of cutting emission, the faster that we can deliver this project, the faster we're cutting our emission too. So we want to deliver, and Alistair and his team has been working with us. It is an ambitious, very tight timeline, but we are working to achieve that, to deliver that project by 2024, by 2024. And this will stimulate growth in our economy, especially in the non-oil sector,
Thank you so much for these comments, Mr. Bernard. I must say, obviously I had read the low carbon development strategy, or the document, the draft that's out now for consultation. But it's a very different thing to hear political leaders go into so much detail and show their commitment to how are they going to balance these different factors and what are the concrete steps that they're aiming to play. Wanted to hand it over to you, Alistair. I mean, sometimes there are these big political strategies in the countries that you operate in. The question then is, how does it affect actually your operations in the country? One of the ways that it does, obviously, is the gas to shore project, but there might be other ways. Kind of how are you looking at this strategy and what it means for ExxonMobil's activities in Guyana?
Well, on a global basis, I think what we hear and what, to my mind, the low carbon development strategy gets to is how do we deliver affordable, reliable energy for everybody in the world in a sustainable way? That's fundamental, and those are the tensions. We need to protect the environment, but we need to deliver that energy, because energy fundamentally is the lifeblood of people's quality of life. If you don't have access to that affordable energy, you don't have refrigerators, you don't have lights, you don't have all these things that many of us take for granted. But remember, there's probably 2 billion, approaching 2 billion people in the world that don't have that. They don't have electricity at the switch, the flip of a switch. So that is we see our role as a company, but I think as an energy industry, and we're here to talk about energy, is to deliver that. So to work our way through the transition, meeting that obligation to people while protecting the environment. I think the low carbon development strategy for Guyana and in other countries is that's the goal, is trying to map that vision out. How do we manage that transition? At a company level, I think you heard from ExxonMobil's chairman earlier this week, Darren Woods, he talked about that. As a company, we're committed to managing through that, being part of the solution to that energy transition. Finding solutions, we need all the solutions. We can't do this just with solar energy or wind energy. We need multiple solutions. And indeed, to get to a net zero, I think there isn't a pathway that's been identified that does not require carbon capture and sequestration. So as a corporation, we'd identified 3 primary areas of focus. One is carbon capture sequestration. Second one is biofuels. And the third one is hydrogen. And so those are areas which we see that the corporate strengths and knowledge and experience that we have are ones that are transferable from our current business to those new businesses of the future that will continue to deliver energy that's affordable for the world's population, but also to protect the environment.
Right. I think what really sounds great about the way that you laid this out, that it's indeed about building on your company's capabilities and strength. It's not kind of reacting to some political pressure from the outside, but there's something that you can contribute to, as you said, be part of that solution. Indeed, I'm sure this is a topic that will be with us, of course, for a long time. It might also be an issue where either you both win together or you don't.
Well, for sure. It's something that we're already working together. As the Minister talked about, the gas to energy project is the first step.
Right.
I mean, a 50% reduction in the emissions in the country through that project alone. And then on top of that, we are initiating a study on carbon capture and sequestration in the country. Early days, but we need to be starting to work these opportunities so that in future revisions of the low carbon development strategy, they can be introduced.
Sometimes we just need to be frank and straight up, as we say it in Guyana. There's been a lot of conversation on cutting emission and the reduction in the use of fossil, and that we should move to 100% renewable in a given time frame. We agree with cutting emission as a country and a government. We are committed to that, and we have already started to fulfill our obligation to that responsibility already. But the fact is that fossil fuel will still be required. Maybe another 20, 30 years, if I am overestimating, there will still be the need for fossil fuel. Maybe not as much as today, but there will still be the need for fossil around the world. And it was mentioned in the Forest Day by the heads of state that who will be the providers, who will be the suppliers around the world of that limited amount of fossil next 20, 30 years. And that is where you mentioned the complex conversation that we must have with regards to that, especially because the argument is there must be some kind of equality. There must be some kind of equality. There are countries around the world that discovered oil 100 years ago, 120 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago. We've only discovered oil in 2015. We started production 2019. That's only 3 years ago. Right? And in all fairness to our people in the developing country, especially not only Guyana, Suriname and Ghana and other countries, in all fairness, we believe that as developing countries, we must be given that opportunity. We must be given that opportunity. And at the same time, we are committed and we are showing our commitment to cutting emissions.
If I may add, as a Westerner, I think one other aspect that one should also not forget in this is the geopolitical context. Who wouldn't want to have a country like Guyana as a supplier of reliable, cost-effective natural resources in the world that we live in? But that's maybe a topic for another day. So sustainability and how we balance that with the opportunities that natural resources and oil and gas provide have been a big topic throughout this conference, both at the high level of the policy, but also interestingly, I think, at the concrete level of how you implement that. I want to shift a little bit to a different aspect, which is maybe a more traditional aspect of these type of situations, which is how do you create more of a local economic impact of the type of activity that has been triggered by oil and gas exploration and production, especially in an offshore environment as we see it here in Guyana. We talked a lot about local content rules, and I was struck, Minister, also by your comments that said, you know, don't misinterpret our local content rules as a sign that we don't want foreign direct investment. The opposite is true. We want to create an environment where the foreign investors become our partners. We want to talk a little bit more about kind of how do you see these two factors coming together?
Definitely. And I just want to go back a little, just to bring it into perspective. When we would have campaigned in 2020, well, I'm the politician here, so not Alice here, I'm allowed to say that. When we campaigned in 2020, we made a promise to the people of this country. We made a promise that we will manage the oil and gas sector in a transparent and accountable manner. And we also made another promise that we will ensure that we manage the sector in a way that Guyanese benefit from the oil and gas sector. And it's not just trickle down, but it is direct benefit from the sector. And as you rightly mentioned, the local content legislation. We would have started working on that local content legislation 1 month after taking office. 1 month after taking office, President Ali set up a high-level panel to start consultation. That was in September of 2020. And we held consultation throughout until we tabled that bill in Parliament on the 15th of December, 2021. And then debate and pass it in the Parliament on the 29th of December, 2021. Why did we do that? Why did we go through all of that consultation and the rigorous process of putting a local content legislation in place? Because we want Guyanese to benefit from the oil and gas sector. And you said it, and I would have said it yesterday too, that the oil and gas sector must be managed in a way that people benefit. The local content legislation was not enacted. It was not crafted to disincentivize investors. It is not to shut the door on foreign investment, because one of our challenges in Guyana is access to capital. So we need foreign investors to come and to invest in the oil and gas economy and the other sectors too. But we know that the oil and gas economy is very capital intensive. And with our challenge of access to capital means that we have to partner with foreign investors. We have to form joint ventures and partner with the international companies to ensure that benefits are brought to Guyana. And that is what is the sole purpose of having a local content legislation in place. It is not in any way to create a hindrance to foreign investment, but it's to ensure that when the foreign investment comes to our shore, that Guyanese benefit from those investments. Through whether it's through job creation or whether it's through the supply of goods and services. And we have said it to our local private sector that this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity to take advantage of the benefits that will be derived from the foreign investment that will come to our country. And we have said to our private sector that you must be able to compete in terms of the provision of goods and services at a regional and international scale or level, both in terms of quality and prices. So our private sector, they are gearing themselves. And as a government, we have been working with them to ensure that they equip themselves to benefit from the opportunities in the oil and gas sector. In terms of employment, that is an area that as a government, we've already budgeted in 2022 budget. We have over $200 million budgeted to do training, to train our people. The local content legislation now is helping us to understand the sector more because oil and gas is new to us. It is helping us to understand what are the skill set needed in the oil and gas sector, what are the certification level needed in the oil and gas sector. And from that, we can be able to craft our training program at the new Guyana Technical College, which will be established very soon, and where we will train young Guyanese in general, to gain employment in the oil and gas sector. So that is why we took that process, the lengthy process from September 2020 to December 2021, more than a year of consultation to put that local content legislation in place to ensure that Guyanese truly benefit from the sector. And that is a commitment from our government because we would have put that legislation in place.
I got to say, maybe some of the sessions that impressed me the most here, of course, also by the politicians and the business leaders, but it was really the local business leaders when they talked about their experience here in a very short amount of time, being able to connect to global companies like ExxonMobil, connect with their standards, being able to supply them. Now, Alistair, you have already invested a lot in the local economy here. You have the Greater Guyana Initiative, a lot of engagements also outside of the oil and gas sector. Sometimes people look at local content as that's just another burden on foreign investors. I want to turn this a little bit around and maybe have you talk a little bit about what do you see as the opportunities of actually engaging with the local business base some more as you kind of look for a long-term presence in this country?
Well, absolutely. I mean, in the long term, the most efficient way to run a business is to localize it. I mean, we should not continue to be reliant on expatriate workforce and expatriate overseas work. We want to bring it to the country. In the long term, that's the best for the business. It's the best for the country. So that's what we've set our mind on. And I know, as you said, over the last few days, we've heard not just from people from ExxonMobil, but international companies, local companies about the progress that's been made. The 3,700 people working in the oil and gas sector or connected with the oil and gas sector already. That's since 2015. That's tremendous progress. Great progress, but we're certainly not satisfied that the job is done by any means. I think as the minister said, it's multifaceted. We have to build up the capacity. That means building up the capacity in local businesses, in the infrastructure, but also in the people. Ultimately, the people have to feel the benefit. And for them to feel the benefit, they have to find good jobs in our industry, which will then also set them up to work in other parts of the economy. It strengthens the whole economy. And I think that's the long-term benefit of this commitment to local content. I certainly, and my company, appreciate the clarity and the commitment of the government to being clear that this is a partnership, a long-term partnership, and that they want the international participation from a capital, from a technology, from an expertise point of view, with the local companies and people. And it sounds easy, but what we've seen in action this week is making it happen. We've heard stories about partnerships that have already been struck. We've seen Geisens, K&B announcing progress this week, supported by the government. NTS, Omega Atlantic as well last night. Baker Hughes, on the other hand, a big international company with huge expertise, coming in and they opened their supercenter. So we're seeing multiple examples just this week of the commitment that's been made to building out the capacity from a facilities infrastructure expertise and human capacity point of view. And that's the sustainability of the business.
And it's great to hear that you mentioned some of the concrete things also that happened this week during the conference. I mean, the conference itself maybe isn't doing it, but it's kind of facilitating it. It's
Right.
kind of being the forcing mechanisms for some of these things to come together. So we talked a little bit about what we've achieved. We talked a little bit about some of the key topics that were raised and covered throughout this conference. I want to look a little bit ahead, and I really liked, Alistair, what you said, that Guyana is no longer just a promise of the future, it's actually already happening today. But having said that, we heard the announcement that we're going to meet again next year for the 23 Guyana Energy Conference. What's on your planning cycle? What do you hope to be able to report back by then and say, these are some of the more steps that we've made in our progress in building out our business in Guyana?
Well, hopefully more discoveries would be a great start.
Can you promise that?
Well, almost, but no, I mean, not just in the Starbuck block, but as we've seen more recently announced by CGX, the progress there. And so we're hopeful, not just in the blocks that ExxonMobil participates in, but for the good of the country. We certainly are hopeful that we hear more positive news from the wells that CGX will drill and Repsol. That would be fantastic news for us all to celebrate in a year's time. So I think starting with exploration, because in our business, that's the very front end.
Right,
So if we're not finding the resource, then we don't have a future to build on.
So we'll keep the cricket track scoreboard next year and see, what else has been added
to runs on the board
to the reserves. Mr. Barat, I was actually, it was interesting to hear that you said it took 1 year, and that was a long time for the policy to be discussed. I sometimes hear politicians that say, 1 year is an eternity in politics. But what's on your agenda? What do you hope to be able to achieve on the political front over the next year, and then report back to both the national but also the international audience that you're hoping to welcome?
First and foremost is to ensure that benefits from the sector is derived, that Guyanese businesses, along with their partners, whether through joint ventures or partnership, that they benefit from the oil and gas sector. Secondly, I actually share the same dream or wish as Alistair, that we have more discoveries, and the rate at which we have been moving, that is very possible, because we've been having, if we miss 1 month, we get 2 the other month. So we've been having a lot of discoveries. I think 28 to date, along with the 2 in the Kanuku block. We're looking forward to, I must say, to exploration activities in the blocks outside of the Stabroek block. We know how rich the Stabroek block is, with the amount of discoveries that we have, with the amount of developments. We already have the Unity startup. We have the Payara, the Prosperity FPSO that will be here in 2024. So maybe next year we'll talk a little more on that. And then Yellowtail, which is soon to be approved. We'll talk about the One Guyana FPSO coming soon after Prosperity. So those are things that we can talk about a little more, which will boost our production to 800, 810, I think minimum 1,000 barrels per day. So, but we are very concerned, and we want to push the exploration activities in the other blocks as well too. The Kanuku block, I think Repsol, based on their work program, they will start drilling in the Kanuku block. We have heard some good news from CGX in the Quarantine block, which is important to us as a country, because it takes development to another part of Guyana, which is very necessary too. So we look forward to further exploration by CGX in the Quarantine block, as well as the Demerara and also Repsol, Exxon is in the Kanji and the Kaichor block doing exploration currently. So we hope that we can have discoveries in those blocks too. As a matter of fact, we're hoping that in the Kanji block, we can hear something positive very soon. Added to that, the gas to energy project, I'm sure when we come back next year on Valentine's Day, Mr. White, that we can report, we can report significant progress on the gas to energy project, because I know you would have heard it before. We mentioned it today, and we will continue to talk about it, because this is the project that will bring significant benefit to Guyanese, because We wanted a project that will benefit all of Guyana. And this is a single project that will benefit all of Guyana in more than one way. It's not only about cleaner, cheaper, reliable electricity. It's about the value-added industries. It's about manufacturing. It's about job opportunities. It's about cheaper goods and services being more competitive regionally and internationally, cutting our imports, of course, saving on foreign currency. These are all benefits that will come to our people. So I'm hoping that we as a government, we are working towards bringing more benefits. So by next year, 2023, when we come here again, we can say we would have achieved this or we would have achieved that in collaboration with our partners, the national oil companies, the joint venture partners, and also our partnership with Suriname, with Ghana, with Barbados, with the US, with Canada, that we can continue to bear fruits from those partnerships as well.
Well, thank you so much for sticking your head out. You know, somebody said it's always too hard to make predictions, especially about the future. But I'm certain about one thing, and that is we're not going to run out of things to discuss even next year, and there will be a lot of new things to discuss. Minister Bharat, Alistair, I would like to thank both of you, both for helping me to kind of do the impossible here and summarize a little bit the last 3 days of discussions, but also for your leadership throughout the program. I would like you all to both give a hand to them, to the other speakers, to our moderator, to the organizing team, and to yourself for participating in this conference in the last couple of days of discussion. With that, Alex, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Christian. The matter is settled that we're coming back on the 14th. Peter Ramsarup said that it's Valentine's Day, so people should bring their spouses or significant others. The three of you have set up the agenda. There's not much left to do. How about show up, right? So hopefully we could all do that and just show up. It's great to see so many people in the room at the end of the day. It's a testament to how intriguing all of this was. Just a few closing things for me before we go. But before that, I just want to acknowledge that VP Jagdeo is back in the room, as well as Minister Indar. We've had this constant presence of members of cabinet. And like you said, it speaks to commitment, that this is not just talk, but that every member of the cabinet has been in here several times during this to really show and demonstrate support for the conference, but commitment to the ideals and the things that we've been talking about. And I suspect that we're going to get to the end of next year, the same place we are now, where there's so much left to talk about because so much is taking place. On behalf of our team, Mr. Anthony White and his team, I just want to highlight, just before we go, some people who helped to make this possible. I want to start with all of you in the audience who are delegates to the conference, who registered, paid, traveled from around the corner, around the world to be here, stayed here for 3 days, will be here tomorrow, participated in the discussions and panels, visited the booths. Some of you visited the duty-free zone. Some of you will do so when I'm done on your way to the networking event. You owe me a favor still, so you must do that. The artisans, especially, who have put their arts and crafts on display, really need your support and your encouragement. Do that for us. But we're really grateful to you first and foremost, because if we had done everything that we did and you didn't show up and didn't participate, then this would have been a failure. Our success is really because you made the decision to come and you invested in being here. And for that, we're eternally grateful. Then we're grateful to all of our speakers and panelists, these gentlemen included, but everyone else who participated and made these significant contributions that we had. After that, we want to really thank our sponsors. It's a long list, and I'm afraid that if I start to get too deep into this, that I'm going to be accused of leaving somebody out. But if I could just highlight our platinum sponsors, 3 of them: Go Logistics, ExxonMobil, thank you, and GTT. I know that you really like those two because they also paid for drinks. And they didn't put a cap on that. We're really grateful to those platinum sponsors. We're grateful to CNOOC, our diamond sponsor, CGX and Hess, our gold plus sponsors. We have a series of gold sponsors. I'll probably stop there. First Citizens, Guyana Logistics and Support Services, GHI Associates, SBM Offshore, Geico, Appen Energy, Blue Water Shipping, Digital Caribbean, and then we had a gold exhibitor, Saipem. Maybe I should go to the silver sponsors too. Sol Guyana, Technic FMC, Baker Hughes, Expo, Stena Drilling, Schlumberger, Repsol, and Titan Containers. And we have a lot of sponsors below that list and a lot of partners too that we really want to thank for helping us put this effort together. We want to thank the Marriott. I think they had some rules here before we came, and I think we pushed every rule that they had. And like a good hotel management, they pushed back, but then we pushed harder, they pushed back, and then we pushed and they gave in. So we've done all kinds of things that they shouldn't let us do, but we're really grateful because it helped us to really put on a great event. I want to just call one list of names though, and these are some people who they have no big names on banners or posters, and they're not up front here, and most of you haven't seen them, won't hear their names, but we would not have succeeded without their effort. And so I want to just call some names for you, and you're going to see these people sometime. Some of them are hearing us now. They're either around the room or they're where we have a feed. And so I want you to give recognition to them when I'm done. So I want to start with Anjani Abo, our Chief Executive Officer, Kurt Babulal, the Director of Operations, Tashika Logan Osborne, our Marketing Manager, Rashona Allen, our Registration Coordinator, Amanda Abram and Althea Tony, our 2 event coordinators, Shayla Murdoch, our Marketing Assistant, and then we had 3 persons on admin support, Kamini Ganesh, Terry-Ann Pang, and Annalisa Singh. 4. Michelle Mahabir. And then we had on registration support as well, Lucy Songshim Chu, and our exhibition coordinator there, Brittany Betancourt. These are the people who really did the legwork to make this happen. I want to ask you to help me give them a round of applause. I promised them that next year I'll have a drum roll. I couldn't organize it in time, but so to everyone, a great big thank you. Thank you to, of course, last but not least, the government of Guyana that really embraced this conference and provided every level of support possible. Thank you. I would like to see every one of you in an hour's time over at the Pegasus poolside. CNOOC is paying for the drinks this time. The president of CNOOC Guyana is sitting there trying to ensure that he sees everyone's face here. He's going to mark you to make sure you come there. So do your best. Please join us at the Pegasus poolside. Have a great rest of the year. We look forward to seeing you for the Time of Love Valentine's, February 14, 2023, for the next edition of the International Energy Conference and Expo Guyana. Thank you. Have a great evening.